in this press conference. If that person was standing in the room, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. So it is that complicates things for our local law enforcement and FBI and everyone who's searching for the suspect, that it looks like one of them. Yeah. And they need to be very careful. We all do, especially in that area.
Yeah, we just want to keep reiterating that, because that is the active part of this situation right now, and clearly thousands of people, as they said, live in that area. We do have our Mary McGuire, who I believe is at Mercy Hospital right now. If we could check in with her, if her shot's ready. And I don't have any other information. I'm not sure if this is where the victims are taken. Okay, it's okay. Yep, just take your time. There she is. Okay.
Good morning, Mary. What can you tell us?
Hey, good morning, Leah and Amy. I just wanted to mention also on the note of that shelter-in-place order, I actually just got a notification on my Apple Watch that is still in place. So thinking that we perhaps might be in the vicinity, or they're still alerting people, just kind of reaffirming that they are still looking for that suspect in this area. Right now we're here at Mercy Hospital in Coon Rapids, and this is where we believe that Senator John Hortman and his wife were taken. We have not yet confirmed that with Alina, but this is where we believe that they are being treated. Outside of the hospital, you can see that there's an unmarked police cruiser.
This happened in Minnesota, y'all. 2 lawmakers were unalived in an ambush at their home.
Outside the doors to the emergency department. We've also seen some Alina Health security officials here as well. A Coon Rapids police officer was here on the scene for a short time this morning, but we've seen people moving in and out of the emergency department, of course being treated for, the daily things that people are seen at a hospital for, but those
husband and wife
are sort of checking in with people and guiding them. So again, we do believe that this is where Senator John Hortman was taken with his wife. We are still working to confirm that with officials, with Alina Health. But at that press conference, Superintendent of the BCA, Drew Evans, did say that they are out of surgery this morning, and as of this point, they are both still alive. So some good news on that front. We'll keep monitoring the situation here in Coon Rapids.
Okay. Thank you, Mary, and thanks for that update. This is sort of an indefinite situation with the shelter in place until you're alerted, or we're notified and tell you otherwise. But I expect this is going to probably go on for some time now.
Yeah, I have a friend who lives not far from that area, and she said that just about 10:40ish, so just in the last 4 minutes or so, she got an alert on her phone, and she is further than that 3 miles, and she suddenly got this alert, did not get the first one. So again, we will be asking law enforcement, and if they're expanding that area, I'm sure they want to keep everyone safe, so they will let us know. But it's a loose 3 miles if you're anywhere in that vicinity, is my point. To be careful and heed those warnings.
Yeah, one of the other just sort of kind of unbelievable and terrifying aspects to this developing story is we understand there's a manifesto, and that other
the unalive left a manifesto, guys.
I didn't go into a lot of detail, obviously, but in the question and answer with the police chief of Brooklyn Park, he did confirm, as someone was asking, is there any other evidence, information that this was politically motivated? Because the governor came out right away, and the first thing he said was that they were victims of a targeted political assassination. And so it sounds like, I believe it was in the vehicle.
It was in the SUV that they were able to search when they pulled up to Representative Hortman's home. The SUV that looked like a police vehicle that had flashing lights on, they found was how I understood.
They pulled up in a vehicle that looked like the police guys.
And that was a listing of several individuals, and that both Hortman and Hoffman were on that list.
Our Paul Bloom is in Brooklyn Park right now, which is the second scene in all of this. Started in Champlin at about 2 a.m. 3 a.m. it moved to Brooklyn Park. I know you know kind of what we know, but you're there on the ground, Paul. What can you tell us?
Yeah, and Amy, let's be frank. This really is the scene at this point. We're basically, I don't know, 2-3 football fields away from Speaker Hortman's house. I'm shaking a little bit just because there's a lot of anxiety here, a lot of emotion about what's taken place. Clearly, the Hortmans were dear neighbors and friends to some of these people here. We kind folks have allowed us into their backyard just to get a little bit better look. So maybe I'll step out of the shot.
This is their house, guys.
Crime,
this is live.
Crime truck that we've so familiar at these crime scenes. You certainly see the manpower, the law enforcement at that scene. From this angle, I can tell you we can't see that fake faux police car very well. About a half block down when we first got into the neighborhood, it does appear that
they
vehicle
pulled up in a fake
light,
police car
with no,
and unalive.
You know,
two
official
lawmakers
police
in
markings that's still in
Minnesota,
the
guys.
driveway, flashing lights on, police tape still up. Law enforcement coming and going from that scene. This is basically the closest we can get as she lives on the Hortmans live on sort of a in this subdivision near Edinburgh Golf Course. And I know Mary had mentioned just in the last few minutes that her friend and Leah's friend had gotten that warning, and geographically my phone pinged, you know, again alerting people in the last 5 minutes or so, sheltering in a 3-mile radius around this golf course. Police still looking for a suspect in multiple target shootings, armed, dangerous, white male, brown hair, wearing black body armor over blue shirt, blue pants, and may represent himself as law enforcement. I listened to that news conference, and then I think about that encounter that literally happened, you know, 2-3 football fields away.
What's
you can see,
up,
you know, the Hortman's front door basically from this vantage. You know, law enforcement coming, proactively checking this house after Senator Hoffman, the shooting in Champlin Park. It's 5-6 miles away. There's an exchange of gunfire, we're told. The suspect then went into the Hortman house and they think escaped out the back. We have seen a law enforcement drone up. It's a cloudy day, so visibility isn't great. But yeah, I do want to mention the neighbors in this house. They didn't want to go on camera, rightfully, you know, certainly understand that. But they did tell me they sleep with their bedroom windows open. They did hear 2 distinct,
this is breaking, guys. This just happened. It's live.
Gunfire bursts.
Double tap that screen. Get the likes up.
Pretty close in time. I mean, they described maybe a minute, maybe less. Of course, it's the middle of the night. I wouldn't want to, you know, exactly take their, you know, their memory in that moment. But certainly within a minute or two, they think, you know, listening to maybe tragically the shooting of their dear neighbors, and then that police encounter where there was gunfire between law enforcement and the suspect fleeing, again, as we're told, into the Hortman house, and then we assume out the back door.
If you're here and wondering why you can't type, you must subscribe to the channel for at least 1 minute.
It does look distinctual. I was talking with our photographer out here. You know, the way police cars are wrapped these days, you see a very distinct, you know, label, logo, badge. It does not have that. It's sort of taped up and then has like the old school flashing blue, yellow, red, yellow lights on top. So it did kind of have this distinct kind of almost fake feel about it, if you will. So a lot of attention on that. Again, I don't have 100% confirmation. That's what we're looking at, but it would seem after listening to this news conference today to all add up. I do want to say, as I send it back to Amy and Lee in the studio, I have lost my headphone contact, so I can't answer any questions at the moment. We clearly will continue to gather. I'm sure you have some questions about what I just reported, maybe what you're seeing in this shot, but come back to me in a minute and we'll regather our thoughts. But for now, I'll send it back to the studio.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Noted. We appreciate that. We, as you can imagine, are getting a lot of various statements coming in to the newsroom and being put out from various folks. I'm going to pull this one up because I can't quite read it. There we go. Make it a little bit bigger. This is a statement from the DFL chair, Richard Carbaum. Lisa Hortman represented the best of Minnesota. She was a tireless, devoted public servant who deeply loved our state and devoted her life to making it a better place. The warmth and kindness she showed to her family and friends were matched only by her fierce commitment to improving the lives of those she had never even met. Last night, we lost her and her husband Mark to a horrifying and evil act of political violence. We are heartbroken. This loss will be felt across Minnesota, but especially by those who were lucky enough to count her as family, friends, and colleagues. Please hold her and Mark's loved ones close today. Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette survived the attack, on their lives. Please keep them and their loved ones in your thoughts. I am grateful they are alive, and we wish them a speedy recovery. This evil act
Two Minnesota
of violence
lawmakers
is also an attack on our democracy itself. We must all recommit to a
Moderators continue to let people know they must subscribe to the channel for 1 minute to be able to type in the chat.
DFL chair.
You think about the different points throughout this situation, starting at 2 o'clock this morning, when sort of proactive thinking came into play and really changed the course and presumably saved lives. But you think about early this morning after the first shooting of Senator Hortman and his wife, how law enforcement in any city will know where sort of a VIP might be living, especially someone like a lawmaker, right? And so they're going to know that. For the sergeant on duty at that point to recognize this is the home of a state lawmaker, to then say, I happen to know that Melissa Hortman and her family live nearby in Brooklyn Park, and Brooklyn Park was helping to respond.
In order to be able to type in the chat, you must subscribe
for that to
for
happen,
1 minute.
And then for Brooklyn Park PD to proactively go to that home in the moment that that gunman was there, and sort of make things pivot, because
these are the two lawmakers that were unalive, guys.
Been gone.
This
and
is
now
them.
we're looking at a situation where they believe that suspect is within that 3-mile radius of Edinburgh Golf Course, which is one of the most incredible, frankly, blessings in this situation right now, is that this person wasn't able to flee and wasn't able to do even more damage, because as we learned in a press conference a short time ago, there was a manifesto that was found in the vehicle listing other targets as well. Just incredible to think about that. Also, as soon as this happened, all of the lawmakers for the state of Minnesota were notified and told, be in touch with the sergeant at arms and your local law enforcement. Come together, get a plan, so that we know that you're safe, and that it's actually us that's trying to protect you. Because if someone were to show up at their door or call them and say come out, or so that happened, and we're seeing many lawmakers who are saying, we're safe, we're fine, but there's so many moments here where this could have gone even more sideways, and it's just it's incredible. It's incredible that it hasn't. So we now just need law enforcement to stay safe in their efforts to capture this suspect, who is still at large, and they don't know if this person is still armed. It was dressed as law enforcement.
I see that there is a press conference being held, guys. Let's go to this press conference. There's a press conference being held. Let's go to the press conference. Two lawmakers unalived in Minnesota, guys. This is breaking news.
But I don't have that number.
This is in Minneapolis, Minnesota, guys. Two lawmakers, a husband and wife, unalived at their home by a suspect that pulled up in a fake police car and opened fire, guys. Please get the likes up. Click those three dots that you see in your corner and hit the thumbs up, guys. It support the channel. It helps the channel.
About Melissa Hortman and John Hoffman. Melissa's been the Speaker of the House before she was Speaker Emerita now. She's the most powerful Democrat in the House here. She was responsible for negotiations at the beginning of the session over the power struggle that they had, and at the end of the session and into the special session to make sure every bill passed. So she's literally the #1 Democrat in the House, had her hands in every single bill that went through the special session. And, she's widely respected in both parties there for the work that she does. Lisa Dameth, the actual Speaker of the House this last couple of months here, said that she, very much respected Melissa Hortman and the work that she did. They actually did press conferences together on a few occasions, especially during the special session. They acted as a House, kind of not divided, but together, even though it was a Republican and a Democrat split of 67-67, when they went into negotiations on conference committees and when they went into the special session, it was often House versus Senate, not Democrat versus Republican, and a lot of that had to do with Melissa Hortman. She's the one who cast the vote that made sure that the agreement that they all reached passed that had to do with main care for undocumented adults being cut off. She made that agreement. She cast that vote. She said it was the hardest vote she's ever cast, and she's been there for quite some time. Senator John Hoffman is the head of the Human Services, the chair of the Human Services Committee, and got that bill through during the special session. A very important bill, one of the highest spending, besides education, it's the highest spending bill that they have. So a very important bill. It was controversial in some ways with some, cuts that were to disability waivers being capped in the future, and the tug of war between nursing homes, disability services, and a lot of other stuff like that. So a couple of very important folks here, well, not here, but at the Capitol.
Two lawmakers in Minnesota unalived by fake police officers who pulled up to their home and opened fire, guys.
The head of DPS. I'm hearing that there'll be some other people here, but don't believe they'll actually speak. But those three, Governor Walz, Drew Evans, and Bob Jacobson, will be the speakers.
This is a press conference to let us know what exactly happened. Continue to double tap that screen. Get the likes up to 100, and I'll most definitely make it where everybody can type. Simply double tap that screen or click those three dots and hit that thumbs up, guys. It helps out the channel.
They're mostly behind closed doors here for me, and I just got here. I was on my way to Fargo to do a customs interview and turned around and came back to do this.
Breaking news, 2 lawmakers in Minnesota unalived at their home by fake police officers.
Yeah, I mean, the relationship, I think, at the start of the session between Democrats and Republicans wasn't really one that had a lot of trust in it. Between what happened at the end of the 24 session and the standoff between Democrats and Republicans.
Let me make it where everyone can type, guys. Hold on, use your ears. Let me make it where we all can type. Shout out to everybody that hit that like button.
Sorry, I'm listening to an update right now, so it sounds like we're going to get them in about 5 minutes here. So we'll get
Give me a second, guys.
But yeah, the relationship wasn't good to start the session, but by the end of the session, I think in large part due to the work done by Melissa Hortman, I think it had been pretty well sewn up. There wasn't 100% trust. There was that agreement on the undocumented adults being cut off of Medicare. The Republicans, definitely wanted that, and Melissa Hortman had agreed to cast that vote, and the governor had agreed to, you can call it through, it's okay. The governor had agreed to sign it, but Republicans weren't 100% trusting that that would happen, and then had to put kind of a poison pill in there to kill all Department of Health funding if it didn't pass. And so,
all right, everybody can type. Continue to get those likes up.
Standard operating procedure, I'd say, here at the legislature. But the work that Melissa had done with Lisa Damas.
The unaliving occurred by fake police officers. People pulled up in a fake police car and got out and opened fire on the couple at their Minnesota home. 2 Minnesota lawmakers unalive husband and wife at their home in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
The special session at about 10:45 on Monday night, and they were very collegial. They had a good relationship, and they got this through. And again, like I was saying, it was House against Senate more often than it was Democrats against Republicans by the time they got to passing all those bills in the special session.
It's crazy, y'all. 2 Minnesota lawmakers, husband and wife, unalived at their home by fake police officers.
Here, yeah.
The press conference is about to start any second. Salute and good morning to everybody in the building. This is breaking news. It just happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you don't believe it, check your local news station. You will most definitely hear and see the same thing, guys. This is wild, man. 2 Minnesota lawmakers, husband and wife, unalived at their home by gunmen who pulled up in a fake police car. It looks like it's about to begin, guys.
Thank you for being here. In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlain Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost
a politically motivated assassination, they called it, guys.
Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hortman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times.
IGT, I have no clue. This is breaking news. They finna inform us now.
And we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise.
Two Minnesota lawmakers, guys, unalive by criminals who pulled up in a fake police car and opened fire.
Political violence. At this precipice moment we're on, this tragic act here in Minnesota should serve as a reminder to all of us. The democracy and the debates in the halls of Congress, in state houses, in school boards, is a way to settle our differences peacefully and move society to a better place. We're collaborating with all local, state, and federal agencies on a full investigation. We're committed to keeping Minnesotans informed as the situation continues. I assure you that those responsible for this will be held accountable. And each and every one of us are committed to making sure that a tragedy like this never repeats itself in Minnesota or across this country. I'd now like to turn it over to my public safety team to fill you in on the specifics of this ongoing investigation.
Continue to hit that like button, guys. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up. It helps out the channel. Everybody who can hear my voice, if you're on a mobile device, double tap your screen
I want to start by
or click those three dots and hit that thumbs up.
Sympathies to the communities, the family, the friends, and everybody that cared about the individuals that were gunned down today. When we have individuals like this in our political leadership, they're not only political leaders, but they're members of the community, well-known members of the community, that the tragedy in a situation like this is not only for them, their friends and families, but us collectively, the communities they represent, us as a state of Minnesota as a whole. About 2 a.m. this morning, there was an original call in the city of Champlin where there was an individual that had shot Senator Hortman and his wife. Police responded
A husband
to that
and wife
location,
gunned
dealing with
down
that and working through
in
that
Minnesota,
process
guys,
overnight.
by fake
And then
police.
later on, at
They were both
approximately
lawmakers.
3:45, that another call came in when it was officers proactively checking because they knew of the incident that occurred, and they were going to check on Speaker Hortman at that time, at which time Brooklyn Park police officers encountered an individual who immediately fired at them, and they exchanged gunfire, and then the individual was able to escape during that exchange of gunfire. At the residence in Champlin, there was life-saving measures that were
Not
provided
two
there.
police officers,
Individuals were transported,
two
as
lawmakers.
previously noted, and they both received surgeries for their injuries at the hospital, and their conditions at this time, both those individuals, Senator Hortman and his wife, are both alive at this time, but they suffered gunshot wounds and are obviously in a difficult situation, but we're cautiously optimistic that they will continue to improve. At this time, it is a very active scene still, as you've seen. The Brooklyn Park Police Department, along with other members, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, State Patrol, FBI, BC, and many others are actively engaged in a manhunt for the individual that we believe is responsible for this. And so we'll be showing that.
So the
identity of
suspects
those
have not been
individuals and
caught
specific
yet.
addresses, but I'm going to caution you, I know there's going to be a ton of interest in this. We're not in a position we can do that as we're actively searching for that individual. Right now, just as noted, we have teams in the County Sheriff's Office in Champlin are working at the scene there that occurred there, and then we are also, as we're stabilizing this between Brooklyn Park, working on a homicide investigation with Brooklyn Park Police, the BCA, FBI is assisting there as well, and we'll be conducting a crime scene investigation there. And then the individuals that were killed will be doing autopsies of those individuals to determine the extent of their injury.
Wow, guys. Two lawmakers unalived in Minnesota by police impersonators, guys.
Commissioner of Public Safety, Bob Jacobson,
Husband and wife, they pulled up to their home and opened fire, unaliving both of them.
Thank you, Superintendent Evans. My name is Bob Jacobson. It's my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota. This is a dark day today for Minnesota and for democracy, but we will not allow fear or violence to define who we are or how we move forward. We will stand together. We will stand strong. Our hearts, of course, go out to the victims, their families, their colleagues at
What's
the
up,
Capitol,
Harlem?
and to the communities that they serve with dedication and with integrity. These are public servants, leaders who committed their lives to improving the lives of others, and they were targeted in a violent and cowardly way. The suspect exploited the trust of our uniforms, that our uniforms are meant to represent. That betrayal is deeply disturbing to those of us who wear the badge with honor and responsibility. We want to reassure the public that there is increased security in place for elected officials and others who may be at risk. If you see anything suspicious, especially involving individuals impersonating law enforcement, please report it immediately by calling 911 or your local police department. With that, I'll step back and we will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Or someone with a gun and exchange gunfire. Can you just go over that one more time, please?
Again, good morning. Police Chief Mark Brew, Brooklyn Park Police Department. The question is, how did we get to Representative Hortman's house, and it was proactively or not. The circumstances unfolded in Brooklyn Park this morning is that we assisted the Champlin Police Department on a shooting. That shooting was made aware by one of our sergeants that it was at Senator Hoffman's home. In hearing that very intuitive...
Senator Hoffman and his wife unalived in Minnesota by police impersonators, guys.
Just proactively as due diligence to swing by. That police officer and his partner pulled down the street when they arrived at...
This happened right now.
They noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on.
This just happened.
And what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home.
Was this an actual police officer or impersonating police officer?
Yes, the question is, was it a real person or a person impersonating a police officer? It was not a real police officer. This is somebody that clearly had been impersonating a police officer, again, using the trust of this badge and this uniform to manipulate their way into the home.
The person not only was wearing the badge, posing as a police officer, when they approached their victims, they had a car with lights and sirens.
Yes, the question is, what kind of vehicle, how were they dressed? They did drive a vehicle that looked exactly like an SUV squad car. It was equipped with lights, emergency lights that looked exactly like a police vehicle. And yes, they were wearing a vest with taser, other equipment that would, a badge very similar to mine, that no question, if they were in this room, you would assume that they are a police officer.
Chief, really, that's really serious. Can you describe the moments after that played out? You said the person went into the home, and then can you help us?
If you are able to hear the sound of my voice, you just got here, click those three dots, hit that thumbs up. The likes help the channel. If you're on a mobile device, double tap that screen.
We have thousands of people sheltered in place in the city of Brooklyn Park right now. We are in an extensive manhunt involving hundreds and hundreds of police officers and SWAT teams searching, ridding off areas as we believe confidently the suspect had fled out the back of the house after being confronted by the police. Very briefly, after the officers had exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated into Melissa's home. They immediately went up to the threshold and looked in and seen a male that was down, clearly had been struck by gunfire. They made limited penetration, grabbed a hold of the male and drug him out to safety to attempt first aid. However, he was pronounced dead shortly after that. At that point, the officers surrounded the house, got additional resources and SWAT resources, and then ultimately went in with a drone, identifying a female in the home.
Wow, guys. Both lawmakers unalive, husband and wife.
I would say, yeah, somewhere around 5 or 6 miles apart.
How much do you know about impersonating an officer who allegedly shot these people? Did they knock on the door and people came to the door, or the person breaking into the home?
Yeah, it was knocking on the door and asking the person to come out, absolutely impersonating a police officer.
Do you know about the suspect's car?
We do have the suspect's car. Suspect is on foot. That is what the large-scale search.
The suspect got away, guys.
Just remind residents of Brooklyn Park. I know it's been a long time, but those that are in the grid that we gave the alert out to continue to shelter in place. We're also reminding them that if somebody comes to the door and they knock on the door and claiming to be a police officer, please do a couple things. One, call 911 and confirm that the officer belongs there. If they are a police officer, dispatch will be able to confirm that person is
a husband and wife who were lawmakers. What is it? Senator Huffman and his wife were unalive in Minnesota.
There's only one officer
by a police impersonator.
And call 911. If it's a Brooklyn Park police officer or any of our partners that are assisting, they will come in pairs of 2 or more. I'm sorry, 1 at a time.
Do you know if the government said anything, like, you knocked on the door, did you say anything twice and a half?
We do know they did, but I'm going to hold that back as part of the investigation right now.
You guys did detain someone for information? Is that accurate?
This is a very large-scale search, so we have detained several people and questioned them, but we do not have anybody in custody at this time.
I know you may not want to identify that person publicly, but have you privately identified the suspect?
We have people of interest that we are looking for.
Michelle Griffith, Minnesota Reformer. Other than that, these are 2 Democratic lawmakers. Is there anything else to suggest that this is
Again, I'm going to hold back most of the information. This is part of the investigation that we completed. This is rapidly evolving, just occurred a few hours ago, and we're trying to sort it out. We have partners from the FBI, the BCA, the Hortman County Sheriff's Office.
This is breaking news, guys.
In our community helping us with this. So it's very complex and working on it. But I will tell you, when we did a search of the vehicle, there wasn't a manifesto that identified many lawmakers and other officials. We immediately made alerts to the state who took action on alerting them and providing security where necessary. And that's about, I'll stop there.
Chief, thank you very much. We're going to take one more question.
With the BCA, you use the word targeted, and that's kind of along the lines of Michelle's question in terms of politics, Democrats, and Republicans. These are both Democratic lawmakers. You said the word targeted. So targeted because they're politicians or targeted because they're Democrats?
Well, so the question is were they targeted, and when I use the term, why am I using the term? As Chief really noted, there was a list of individuals, and the individuals that were targeted in this situation were on that list.
They saying that it was a targeted attack, guys.
Really said it's far too early in the investigation.
Politically motivated.
Provide information, but I do think we'll be in a position where we'll be able to develop the motivation behind these attacks, and we'll be able to provide more information as this unfolds. And so that's part of the reason we're using it, is I think there's some preliminary information that is telling us kind of where this is headed, but we need a lot more work done by all the teams that are working on that to be able to provide that with you with a degree of accuracy.
Are you saying how many individuals were on this?
There's a rally for the Capitol today. Is that still?
Yep, hold on. Colonel, you want to talk about the rally at Capitol?
Thank you.
Good morning, Colonel Bogojevich with the State Patrol. We are aware of the demonstrations across Minnesota, including the Capitol and across the nation. We will work with our state partners and our local partners to provide security and safety for those that attend.
Christy, another kind of request. Can you confirm that you will have a sniper station?
The question was, will we have a sniper at the Capitol? We don't discuss our security plans on the Capitol grounds.
Colonel, thank you.
Wow, guys.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being here. We will, I think you do have, and if you haven't, let me know, but we do have a place where you can send inquiries for either interview requests, information requests. We have our State Emergency Operations Center set up. If you need information on how to make those requests and make sure that we see them, let me know.
All right, guys, we have more on this situation, as this is live, like I told y'all. Hold up, this is the protest. This is the live coverage.
Where Senator Hortman lives with his wife, and this is on a street called 109th Place North in Champlin. They were called there. Again, they were able to get them to the hospital, get them into the surgery. They have survived that surgery, but as you can imagine, from there, when you have a high-ranking person, a lawmaker, a chief of the human services in the state. I mean, someone who is kind of, as you referred to, Amy, kind of a VIP. Word quickly goes out to law enforcement far and wide of the situation, and from there, Brooklyn Park Police started to assist. But I'll let you pick it up from there. Yeah. But basically, a sergeant in Brooklyn Park said, "Hey, we need to go check on the folks living in our community."
And that is such a pivotal moment in the course of what has transpired today, because it was that sergeant from Brooklyn Park who was helping to respond to that first incident in Champlin, who had the inherent just intuition to say, wait a second, we know that Representative Melissa Hortman lives nearby in their district in Brooklyn Park. We better go check. And it was at that point that they sent officers proactively to the home of Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark. And
it's only about 7 miles apart, just to give people an idea of the distance that
pretty
we're talking.
Close. Different districts, but within that radius. That looks like a police vehicle. Lights are flashing, and they see someone, suspect, at the door. And there's an exchange of gunfire, and the suspect fled out the back of that house. But in his wake are Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, who were killed in their home, shot to death in their home. So
they were both unalive. So whoever is saying that these people are alive, they are alive.
They set up a 3-mile perimeter around the golf course, which is where they live near the Edinburgh golf course. Right now, that is one of the, probably it is the most important part of this story as we're following the active piece of this, which is folks living in that area. Thousands of people just need to be aware that there is this shelter in place right now, and that police believe that the suspect may be in that area still, since he was only able to flee on foot.
And maybe we want to show that alert to people, just again to drive home the severity of, if you know someone in that area and you're, haven't tuned in until now, there you go. That is from the Brooklyn Park Police Department that they put out. It's been several hours now, but they just said within the last few minutes that the manhunt continues. The shelter in place it stays in effect. So you can see there the 3-mile radius of specifically the Edinburgh golf course. They're looking for the suspect in multiple targeted shootings. We now know, since this was first crafted, that those are lawmakers. Armed and dangerous. Suspect is a white male, brown hair, wearing black body armor over a blue shirt and blue pants.
Wow, guys, and breaking news from Minnesota. Continue to double tap those screens, guys. Get the lights up.
This was actually, now that I'm reading the bottom of this is actually the very first alert that went out. But then the second alert that went out, maybe, I don't know, an hour later or so, it actually did take a step further, saying not only do not approach someone if you don't know who they are, but do not answer your door unless 2 officers approach together. So if we could update that graphic for the next time, that there's actually another update that came. Don't open your door, call 911 to verify officer identity first. If someone does approach your door, because it sounds like from what they've been describing, not only did the SUV parked in front of Representative Hortman's home look like a police vehicle, but the person they encountered in the front doorway on the doorstep was wearing vest, taser gear that looks
even
like
a badge.
Yes.
All right, thank you to our Fox 9 team. We'll head back to them in just a moment. If you are just tuning in, we heard a brief news conference where we are now hearing from officials. They are asking the public to not attend the No Kings protests that are scheduled in the state today. Governor Tim Walz just putting this out on his social media saying, out of an abundance of caution, my Department of Public Safety is recommending that people do not attend any public political rallies today in Minnesota until the suspect is apprehended, because again, he is still at large here. We're also learning that police have recovered writings that mention the names of multiple lawmakers and other officials in the fake police
Unalive had a manifesto, guys,
used in the shooting of 2 legislators in Minnesota. And we were showing you that live look there just a few moments ago of that fake police car. Again, so we are keeping an eye on all of this, but if you are just tuning in, the last news conference we got just about 10 or 15 minutes or so ago was officials asking the public to not attend these political rallies that are set here today. That is because, as we just heard our Fox 9 team saying, the suspect wore black body armor, a badge, a taser, and appeared indistinguishable from real law enforcement. And he drove that police-style SUV. Also, from the Minnesota State Patrol here, they just put out, given the targeted shootings of state lawmakers overnight, we are asking the public to not attend today's planned demonstrations across Minnesota. So we're getting this reaction in here. They also did find those No Kings flyers there inside the vehicle as well. So out of an abundance of caution, of course, they are asking you to not attend. This is a developing, fluid situation here. We do have popped up right now this live look at this press conference as law enforcement officials have just kind of been showing up here to provide brief updates. We don't really have an estimate of when that next update is going to be. We're going to keep an eye on this feed. We're going to go away for a break. Don't go anywhere. Much more on this to come.
That's crazy, y'all. I'll keep an eye on it real quick. Let's go to some of these protests.
What kind of person you would have been in the 1930s during the rise of fascism and establishment of authoritarianism, now is that time. If you identified as a Reagan era or Bush era Republican or Libertarian, waving "Don't Tread on Me" flags, promising to stand up against government overreach, now is that time. If you took an oath to protect and serve your community, to defend the Constitution and stand with the people, now is that time.
This is the No Kings rally in Houston, Texas, guys.
If you ever saw injustice and oppression in the world and wondered what you would do if tyranny ever tried to break down our doors, now is that time. If you ever looked at our elected officials who are absent or passive in their resistance and wanted to hold them accountable by running for office, now is that time. Now is the time to make it loud and clear to Trump, Abbott, Dan Patrick, and Democrats in name only, that in these United States of America, in the Republic of Tejas, and in the city of Houston, we have no king, we need no king. Okay, y'all, let's give it up for Lakeisha Lloyd with Common Defense. Good morning, y'all! We're doing it in Houston! My name is Lakeisha Lloyd. I'm a proud Army veteran. I'm a Harris County resident. I'm a native Texan. And I am one of the national deputy directors of Common Defense, the largest member-led grassroots veterans organization in the country. I enlisted, y'all, at 17, okay? Right out of high school. And I just happened to have graduated from my advanced Army training 23 years ago today on the Army's birthday.
This is the No Kings protest in Houston, Texas, guys.
But let me be clear.
I'm most definitely still keeping an eye on the situation in Minnesota.
I serve the Constitution of these United States. And that oath never went away just because I took off the uniform. It didn't expire. And that's what brings us here today. At common offense, we say no kings. Not as a hashtag, not as a sound bite, but as a truth. A truth about who we are and what we represent. This country was founded on rejecting my
Can we have y'all double tap that screen, guys? Continue to get those likes up. We need 40 more likes, guys. Click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up. Shout out to everybody in the building, Mo. I see you.
And I'm standing up to unchecked power. And as veterans and military family members, we carry that tradition forward. Because it doesn't matter what party you come from. If you try to rule instead of serve, you will be met with resistance. And let me say this with my whole chest, okay? Our resistance is rooted in nonviolence. Not because we're passive, but because we're principled and disciplined. Not because we're weak, but because we see what violence costs. But we refuse to pass that pain onto our neighbors. We are escalating.
All right, hold on. We'll get back to her. We got more going on with this situation in Minnesota, guys. They have most definitely came back to speak on what's going on over there. Hold on. Where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on. Where did it go? Did I click? There it go.
That we are getting on social media as we do continue to comb social media, looking to bring those other responses to you, these reactions rather.
This is Minnesota where the lawmakers were unalive, guys.
And I did want to share with you again this live look out of Minnesota here as we do continue to follow this breaking news. Now, before the break, I did mention that police recovered writings that mention the names of multiple lawmakers and other officials in the fake police card they believe a suspect used in the shooting of 2 legislators in Minnesota. Melissa Hortman, who is a former Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband were killed in their Brooklyn Park home. And as I've been saying here, a second state lawmaker, Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were shot multiple times in Champlin. So 2 separate areas here that police are now investigating, because as we've been sharing here on Live Now from Fox, the suspect still at large as of right now.
Continue to get those likes up, guys. Double tap that screen if you're on a mobile device,
on foot.
or click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, and subscribe to the channel if you are new.
To not answer your door unless there are 2 police officers there. That is because the suspect was dressed as law enforcement, and they say it was indistinguishable between real law enforcement and how he was dressed. So out of an abundance of caution, they are saying do not answer your door if a police officer shows up unless they are paired together, or if you're unsure, you can call 911. Now, as I've been saying, we have been getting these reaction in from social media here. This is a collection that my producer has put together here of just the responses that are coming in from lawmakers across the country. As we've been seeing a lot of response, New York Attorney General Letitia James there. We're also seeing other media outlets reporting. We heard from Attorney General Pam Bondi this morning. Also that statement from Caroline Leavitt from President Donald Trump. He says he's been briefed on what is going on. We do know the FBI is also on the ground there as well. I did want to head back to our Fox 9 team, as they have been having interviewees come on their show who knew Representative Hortman and her husband, sharing their relationship, their experiences, just overall saying what a good person Representative Hortman was. They do have another guest on right now that I did want to head over and listen into this conversation.
Wow,
ability to respect the work that is being done on behalf of our communities. And I want to say a deep, hard condolences to the Hortman family and to the Hoffman family for what they're going through. I know them really well. And these are my friends. These are my colleagues. And it's it's like an assault on your family, and it should not be tolerated. I have a squad car in my street. That is not something that is normal and should never be normalized. So I really do want to speak out in terms of bringing back civility into political discourse, and that people stand up for democracy, and this is not what it looks like. We need peaceful ability to represent the differences in our country, and this is something that is going to be in the spotlight of the entire country, and this is a moment where we say this is enough.
And our condolences to you as well, to be clear. So you were at an event just last night with both the Hortmans and the Hoffmans.
Yes.
Can you tell us more about that event? Was this a large event? Were there a lot of members of the party? Where was it located?
It was our Humphrey Mondale dinner for the Democratic Party, and there was at least 1,000 people in this event, and it was with a heavy security to enter and also in the perimeter, and we had everyone from the governor to the speaker and all of the elected officials that just completed the special session. So there was a lot of presence of Democratic members and people in the community who wanted to celebrate the finale of the special session and giving Speaker Hortman a standing ovation, and Majority Leader Aaron Murphy as well for completing the session and avoiding a shutdown for their state. So that is what they are elected to
What's
do.
up,
to
Musk
serve
Kelly? Make
and
sure you
to
subscribe to the
provide
channel
for
if
budget
you're
for our
new.
state.
Continue
They
to
don't
double
sign up
tap
for
that
violence.
screen. Get the likes up. It helps the channel, guys.
I'm curious, obviously, as we're watching the end of the session, the one sort of interview that stands out to me when I saw Speaker Emeritus Hortman was her in tears. She had a really tough vote that went against her moral fiber, frankly. It was very difficult for her to cast this deciding vote. The vote was to, as part of the budget, as you know, but just to inform other people, to eliminate the min care for undocumented adults here in Minnesota. It was something she clearly said so many times, I don't want to do it. And so one of my last images of her was her just being so human and showing us that she did this against her sort of ethics, but she knew that it was for the greater good.
And that's what they are. They're leaders of our community. That's why we elect them, to make sure they do the job, and they do it regardless of their personal convictions, in some cases when it is for the greater good. And that is who Melissa Hortman will be remembered as. And I want to say, Mark, her husband, when we sign up for these roles, it is a family affair. My husband helps with the kids, and they have grown children, but they are all part of this. We all do it.
If you're in the building and can hear the sound of my voice, make sure you're subscribing to the channel if you're new, and most definitely double tap your screen if you're on a mobile device, or click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. It helps out the channel greatly. Thank y'all in advance. Shout out to everybody in the building.
As a family, and this is not what we want to do. We don't want to live in fear. We don't want to sign up for roles that are going to put our family at risk, and that should not be normalized. But yes, we do take tough votes, but at the end of the day, we should respect each other, and we should be peacefully disagreeable about things, but not come to violence as we've seen today. And again, we are all sheltering in place. This is not normal, and we should denounce it.
Can you expand on that a bit? You said that there's a squad car in your street. You're sheltering in place. Is that instructed by the sergeant at arms? Is that instructed by your local police? Did you make the call to ask them to come? How does that work in a situation such as this?
Well, I don't know how it works because this is not normal, but I will tell you that my city where I live reached out to me, and they said that the police department would reach out as well. So I got a call, and I was not told I was on a list, but there was a reference to a list, and I did not ask because I had no idea that there was a manifesto. But I do, we live on a street that is pretty safe, obviously, but in this moment, I think everyone's being extra cautious, and I appreciate and thank the public servants and our police chief and our police department for sending a squad in our street and making sure we are safe during this time until the the alleged perpetrators are caught, because they are still at large.
Our condolences to you, and you know, we're thinking of you and your family, as we are with all of the lawmakers. We can't say it enough. This cannot be normalized, and we appreciate you coming on with that message today, and also balancing it with trying to remember your friend and colleague in the legislature for many years. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time very much.
Thank you. Yeah, that was former State Senator Melissa Lopez Franzen, and obviously you can feel the fear that must
man,
be
that's sad, y'all.
wide, not
Husband
only in
and
the
wife
state of
unalived in
right now,
Minnesota
but
by
for,
fake police.
You know, lawmakers are watching nationwide.
Things will change after this by way of security. I mean, imagine now from here what needs to happen and what will happen, and even with all of that in place, how much fear there will still be. This changes a lot of things.
And I do want to point out just a tiny bit of clarity. Her shelter in place is different. That is Lawmakers. The shelter in place in Brooklyn Park has to do with anyone, public servants or not, within the 3-mile radius of the Edinburgh Golf Course, and that is still very much underway as the manhunt is underway. So just want to clarify that.
In fact,
she referred to it as shelter in place, but is it a little bit different?
This might be a good time just to pop that map back up right now, as we can just continue to keep this very much at the top of mind, that there is the shelter in place in that 3-mile radius of Edinburgh Golf Course, and you can see the map right there. Our Paul Bloom is near the home of Representative Melissa Hortman right now, and we'll check in with him in just a little bit here as he.
All right, thank you to our Fox Minneapolis team as we do continue to follow this breaking news story. Again, a live look there at the setup for the news conferences that we have been getting sporadically here. Again, we're unsure when we're going to get another update on all of this, so we're going to continue to monitor it as well. Again, the last update we got here was maybe just about 30 minutes or so at this point, where they were asking people to not attend the No Kings protests that are scheduled today across the state. Speaking of, I did want to share with you some of the live looks we are getting into our newsroom as of right now. This is out of Los Angeles, California. Again, this coming just days really after those anti-ICE
Remember
protests.
that there are a lot
and
of
that is
no
that live
king
look
protests
right there.
going on.
Again, one of the feeds that we're getting in here, because the demonstrators are crowding into parks and plazas across the U.S. today to rally against President Donald Trump, as officials are asking for calm and mobilize National Guard troops ahead of a military parade to mark the Army's 250th anniversary that also coincides with President Trump's birthday today. That's taking place a little bit later in Washington, D.C. Just for some numbers here for you, Atlanta's 5,000 capacity No Kings rally.
No Kings protest going on
thousands more
nationwide.
Demonstrators outside the barrier in front of the state capitol, and a handful of counter-protesters leaving before the rally finished. Throughout the show here, we will be bringing you these live looks. I also did just want to share this one just coming in here. I'm not quite sure exactly where this is, but this is just another live look here at just some of these protests, and we'll continue to bring this to you throughout the show. It is a very busy breaking news day here. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. We're going to take another break. We'll be right back with more coverage on all of this.
No, we're not. We don't take any breaks. Let's go back to Houston, guys, with this live coverage of the No Kings.
I'm done with what's going on in our government and have been for a long time. It's ridiculous what's going on, and I'm very tired of sitting down, and it's time to get up, and it's time to get off of your couch and get active in your communities. Reach out to your local Democrats groups, reach out to your local communities, reach out to 5051 and the signal chats. Get ready with your chants, make a sign, stand for something, or you will fall for anything. Thank you.
So you're with 5051?
I am, yes.
Okay, and for those not familiar with that organization.
Sorry, 5051 is is a non-violent public protest that organizes on a regular basis, so you can just jump in and show up. Your only job is to show up. That's it. All you got to do is that. You don't have to be more involved than that, but you can be if you want to be, and there are next steps for how to do that.
Okay. What kind of message are you
This is Houston, Texas, guys.
We are hoping to
King's
send the message
protest.
that Donald Trump and his administration is unacceptable for the vast majority of our country, and everyone needs to get their crap together. Okay?
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So, again, it's a little difficult making his way through the sidewalk here. I'm sorry, excuse me, because so many people are showing up today. But everybody, what I have noticed that people are really watching out for each other, telling each other to drink water, be careful, watch out for the heat, watch out, there's a stroller right behind you. So, and you do have all ages here. We've seen families here, we've seen older individuals here, we've seen younger individuals here, teenagers, 20s, all ages are here. We've seen individuals wearing their veterans hats. How are you, sir? I'm Robert Arnold with KPRC.
KPRC?
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Sammy.
Sammy, why are you here?
To make my voice heard. I don't need anybody to tell me what I should do, when I should do it. I have a voice. I'm an independent individual here in this country. And up to now, nobody's been afraid to speak up, and now you got people terrified. So due process isn't just for me or for you or for him, it's for everybody.
So in Vietnam, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Marines.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Sam. I appreciate meeting you. Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time. Hi, everybody. All right. So again, more and more people continue to show up. The speakers continue. This event's supposed to go until noon at this time, and we will keep updating you throughout the morning. Reporting live from downtown, Robert Arnold, KPRC 2 News.
Thank you, Robert, giving us a first-hand look at what those who are in attendance are experiencing out there. He was in the area near Smith and McKinney, where you could see just how vast the crowd is out there at this peaceful protest taking place in front of City Hall. Now, we are going to go ahead and listen to some of the speakers. We have seen various different representatives out there this morning, from state reps, congressional leaders, city leaders. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
People power. Because the kind of respect we're fighting for doesn't come from a flyover or a parade. It comes from action, from housing our people, feeding our troops, and honoring service with justice, not vanity. I'll get real personal with y'all right quick. I remember when I was a young soldier, standing in a checkout line at the commissary, and behind me was a young soldier and his wife. And I see them reach into the wallet and pull out food stamps, seeing if they had enough wit to be able to get formula for their brand new baby, having to decide whether or not to get how many Pampers to get because they didn't have enough money to do it. I looked at the cashier register, I said, how much are they short? I got it. That image is still burned in my mind to this day. How are we spending millions on tanks in the streets while folks standing guard can't feed their babies at home? You take one thing with you from this rally today, let it be this. Veterans and military families have always been on the front lines of justice. From Little Rock to Standing Rock, from Kent State to Kabul, we know the cost of war. We know the cost of silence. And we refuse to be silent or be silenced. So let's make it plain here in the heart of Texas, in Houston. We don't serve kings. We serve the people, and we're not going anywhere. Thank you. No kings, just us.
I'm going to bring to the mic someone who has always fought for our democracy here in Houston and in Washington. He's no stranger. I'm going to introduce to you Congressman Al Green.
Thank you, Jackie. If I may just start with this, friends. There were people who spent a lot of time to bring this event to fruition. They were awake at night, They took a lot of risks, but they're proud to do what they've done. And I think we should be proud to acknowledge what they have done. Would you give the organizers a big expression of love,
I think this guy's name right here is like Marvin Gaye or something like that. I seen this guy before. I think something happened. He got threw out or something. Some of y'all out there may remember him. I remember seeing him somewhere and something happened. I think his name is Al Green. Yeah, Al Green. Let's go. Yeah, he got threw out or something one time. This is not my first time seeing him. This is the Houston No Kings protest, guys.
By way of further introduction, I'm the Al Green who stood up in the joint session of Congress.
That's what it was. There it go.
I'm the Al Green who told President Trump to his face that he has no mandate to cut Medicaid. Medicaid is health care for the American people. I'm the Al Green who believes that a president who says that judges ought to be impeached because he doesn't like the judgments that they've rendered. I'm the Al Green who believes that that president ought to be impeached. I'm the Al Green who believes that when you take a Mr. Abigail Garcia out of this country, deny him his right to due process, lock him up in some prison in some distant place, and don't want to return him. I'm the Al Green who says that you're violating the Constitution and you ought to be impeached. But I want you to know this. We are not a country that will tolerate persons appearing on the street and taking women into custody and pulling a mask down over their faces. In this country, the police wear no mask. Demask the police in the country. And I want you to know, I'm going back to Congress with one thing in mind. I want you to know that when the courts can't stop him, and when Congress won't stop him, then there's going to be at least one member of Congress who is going to bring articles of impeachment against him. I'm pledging to you right here, right now, that when I go back to Congress, there will be a vote to impeach Donald John Trump.
Oh, they trying to impeach him.
There will be a vote to impeach a 34-time convicted felon, a 2-time impeachment president. There will be a vote to impeach him because he is unfit to be president. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you. God bless you.
They are screaming, impeach Trump, Lord.
Thank you, Jackie. Good morning, everyone. My name is Hanny Khalil, Executive Director of the Gulf Coast AFL-CIO.
Hold up, we got lawmakers back giving a press conference on what took place in Minnesota, guys. We'll get back to him in a second. Hold up. Hold on, this ain't right. Hold up. Hold on, we gonna get to it. There it is.
Or across this country. I'd now like to turn it over to my public safety team to fill you in on the specifics of this ongoing investigation.
All right, that was Governor Walz from about 9:45 this morning. Our Leah Bino has left, and now we welcome in our Karen Scullin to continue our coverage here on what is a tragic dark day for us here in Minnesota. Karen, we were just talking now. We last heard from the governor just a short time ago that they're asking people not to attend any sort of political rallies or protests today. That is what the ask. But there's some sort of other information.
We're talking, of course, about these no Kings protests that are going on really all around the state. For the most part, I think that's what he's referencing. However, the big one that's going to be held at the Capitol, it was supposed to start at St. Paul College at 11, and then the big gathering then was at the Capitol, and it appears that it's still going on.
We are 14 likes away
their
from 400, guys. Continue to click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. What's up, Callie?
On their webpage, it says, as of now, we are proceeding with the No Kings event. We think it's important to gather peacefully. In the face of this horror, we will mourn and mark our determination for a peaceful, just, democratic future. And as it was mentioned, the governor asking people not to attend that. He is not going to be speaking there as he was earlier. And I believe Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan is no longer speaking as well.
Yeah. I do have a note here from one of our reporters that says he spoke with an organizer who says that that Attorney General Keith Ellison
is live coverage, guys.
This
is happening
That is from
now.
one of our reporters who spoke with an organizer. So we'll see. But the shot you just saw was it's at the Capitol, in front of the Capitol steps. You couldn't really tell there because it was zoomed in. There we go. But there obviously is the podium. If you were to zoom out, there were a bunch of chairs sort of set up there for folks to listen to the speakers. Headliner, of course, Governor Walz, who is no longer going to be there, and now again asking folks not to attend out of an abundance of caution. Right. No direct threat.
Right. No direct threat. However, in the suspect vehicle, as you all were mentioning earlier, there were I don't know if you could call them flyers. What they looked like were just a bunch of papers with handwritten "No Kings" on these papers.
So it says
some
no
reference
Kings.
to the protests that were supposed to take place today, but whether
So in the manifesto and inside the impersonators' vehicles, it says no Kings. So this is directly related to the protests that are going on today. That is crazy, y'all. 2 lawmakers, husband and wife, unalived in Minnesota by a police impersonator.
Discovered or where police came upon this morning, parked in the driveway of Melissa Hortman's home.
Yeah, lights still flashing as they were when it showed up when
that
police
is
showed
the
up.
vehicle right there.
And actually, here's a live look at the scene. Paul Blumio is out there right now. I don't know, guys. And forgive me, I'm not sure if he confirmed that this was the suspect vehicle or if that's just it's believed to be the suspect's vehicle, so that would be the driveway of the Hortman home. And we do know from law enforcement confirmed that the lights were flashing at the time that officers arrived at the scene and then saw the suspect on the doorstep.
Yeah, and if you can tell that it's not actually a squad car because they don't have those little those strip of tape on the back. The license plate, I think, is covered a little bit or clouded, and then they don't have the blue and reds, so it's yellow and white. So very similar, obviously, to a lot of squad cars, but not the real deal.
And at 3-ish in the morning, when someone is knocking on your door and all you see are those lights.
This happened at 3 a.m. this morning, guys.
Part of this is that someone is, they believe, still out there, suspect at large in that area. And I know we want to get to Senator Duckworth here, and we will in a second, but we cannot reiterate enough that there's an active shelter in place that is happening right now in that area of Brooklyn Park, 3-mile radius.
Right, and they have said, don't answer your door for a police officer unless there are 2 or more. Because this guy, as we know, is dressed like a police officer. So it has the badge. Chief Bruley with Brooklyn Park said he has the badge. He's got everything to make him look like a police officer, but he is not. But he is operating alone, so there would not be more than one if it was, in fact, the suspect. So 2 or more officers at your door, probably okay to answer.
Yeah, and the belief is that the suspect is still in that area because he fled on foot out the back door of the Hortman's home. They don't know that for sure, but that's the belief right now, and that's the area that they're focusing on. We'll come back to some more of these details here, but we want to continue to bring in those who knew. It's still hard to say knew Speaker Emeritus Hortman and her family in all of this, and State Senator Zach Duckworth is one of those folks who is kindly joining us today. We appreciate your time, our condolences. Thank you. Thanks for being with us.
Good afternoon. I obviously wish it were under better circumstances.
Can you tell us a little bit about your professional relationship with Speaker Emeritus Hortman? I know she's beloved by people on both sides.
Do y'all think that this is directly related to the No Kings protest, or could this individual just be making it appear as they are connected? Because police found handwritten notes in his car that said "No Kings" at the crime scene where he unalived these two lawmakers in Minnesota.
Constituents. I think she would be described as a tough negotiator, somebody who knew exactly where her principles were, what she wanted, and how she wanted to help folks across the state of Minnesota, and she didn't mince words about that. She worked very hard to bring about some of the legislation and changes that she thought were important to the people of Minnesota. And even though I may have been a colleague across the aisle, certainly a respect there for somebody who had her leadership capabilities and at times was willing to put what was best for the entire state before even either political party, to simply advance things and deliver what people expect from their legislature here in Minnesota.
Senator, I know she had a tough decision to make on the budget bill that was passed, but that you mentioned she's a really tough negotiator. What was that like, and as far as more on her negotiation skills and just really her likability, it sounds like?
I would say that, when you have somebody of her caliber and her leadership who conducts herself the way that she did, very, very professionally, it's hard not to have a little bit of a high regard and mutual respect for that person, even though you may have some disagreements with them. And she always attempted to try to find a path forward that involves some collaboration, some negotiation. Of course, it's politics. It's not always possible or not always the case. However, she was certainly somebody that would make that attempt or express to others how important it was that there is some sort of collaboration between everybody involved at the state capitol, and how can we find a good way forward for the state of Minnesota on behalf of all the folks that we represent.
Senator, can I ask you a little bit about, this morning, if you don't mind, how did you learn about this, and then what sort of plans were in place for, yourself, your family, because I know there's a protocol to follow here, and then of course the wild card situation with this being someone misrepresenting law enforcement as well.
Read the screen, Lawrence Green.
I mean, absolutely devastating and horrific news to get waking up this morning. To find out about the shootings that had occurred to both Representative Hortman and Senator John Hoffman, who I served with, and then their spouses as well. Honestly, just shocking. Here in the state of Minnesota, where we're just a Midwest state that may disagree with, but certainly love and respect our neighbors, and to hear that news and to have it hit so close to home and to involve not just people that we know and work with, but their loved ones as well, was just, utterly devastating. And so we certainly feel very, very sorry for their families, for their loved ones, for all who are involved and touched by this. Extremely grateful for law enforcement and their quick action, their ability to be proactive. I mean, I can only imagine how much violence was maybe prevented by those officers having the presence of mind to, after hearing about John, go to Melissa's home and then ultimately confront the gunman. I can tell you this without sharing too many details, because I think it's important to respect the privacy and security and protection of folks and their families. But law enforcement all across the state of Minnesota, while legislators and their loved ones were sleeping soundly, were taking action to keep them safe. And that's incredible, absolutely incredible. I'm personally very thankful to our local law enforcement and anybody who wears a badge
definitely
in our state
guys.
for
Y'all can see he's been
trying to make sure
crying.
they're keeping everybody as safe as possible.
Senator, taking a step back a little bit on this, is this something, I mean, obviously you have a job to do, but lawmakers are in the public eye, and it can get contentious at sometimes. Is this something that you ever think about, that it could happen? Do you ever feel vulnerable? Do other lawmakers feel vulnerable at any point in time when things kind of start to heat up?
Obviously, politics, the legislature can be contentious at times. We certainly try not to violate, any respect that we have for one another, professionalism. But things do get heated and passionate at times. But I don't think anybody ever really expects it to come to something like this, especially at such a local level here in our state of Minnesota. Obviously, we've learned that the times we live in are tremendously dangerous, and that we always have to be mindful, watchful, and protective of ourselves, our loved ones, and one another. And being civil, and not just the legislature and not just politicians, but to our neighbors, to our family members, to our loved ones is always important. We have to remember that we can disagree, we can debate, we can collaborate, try to find ways forward, but nothing calls for the senseless violence like we have all experienced today in our state.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Senator Zach Duckworth, thank you so much for speaking with us, and our best to you, best to all the lawmakers, and of course those injured today. So thank you very much.
Thank you to our Fox 9 team. And if you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. For this breaking news we've been covering all morning here, right now I did want to take you out live to the scene right now as we are seeing law enforcement there as we continue to await the latest information here. If you are just joining us, I did want to share with you what we do know as of right now. Again, we are awaiting another news conference. These have been popping up sporadically for us here, so no word as of yet when we're going to get some new information.
Lawmakers unalive
if you are just joining us, we learned a lot within the past several hours.
Police impersonator.
Police recovered writings that mention the names of multiple lawmakers and other officials in the fake police car they believe a suspect used in the shooting of 2 Democratic legislators in Minnesota. The Brooklyn Park Police Chief said the writings that were just recovered identified many lawmakers and other officials. They were discovered when officers searched this phony police car that they believe the suspect used. Melissa Hortman, a former Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband were shot and killed early this morning in their Brooklyn Park home. A second state lawmaker, Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were shot multiple times in Champlin. Officials say both Hortman and Hoffman were mentioned in the suspect's writings. Here is a quote from officials. They say, when we did a search of the vehicle, there was a manifesto that identified many lawmakers and other officials. We immediately made alerts to the state. We took action on alerting them and providing security where necessary. Authorities were actively searching for a suspect in the hours following the shootings. As we can see from this live image here, that is still the case here as of right now. Hundreds of police and sheriff deputies from departments in the region, some in tactical gear with assault-style weapons, are scattered through the town. Occasional police roadblocks where cars are stopped and checked. We did hear from Governor Tim Walz, and he said Hortman and Hoffman were deliberately targeted. Here is a quote from Governor Walz. He says, we must all in Minnesota and across the country stand against all forms of political violence. Those responsible for this will be held accountable. Now, as we've been saying here throughout the show, I do just want to reiterate it for those who are just tuning in and maybe you do live in the state. Officials are asking you to not attend the No Kings protests that are scheduled across the state today. We're seeing them across the United States as well. With those live feeds coming in, they're asking you to not attend because the suspect is still at large. As of right now, they're also have a shelter in place in order there, so do not answer your door unless there are 2 police officers there. And if you are unsure, you can call 911. Again, we've been reiterating this information throughout the morning here, but it is so important, and that's why if we do have viewers just tuning in, we did want to share that critical safety information with you. We're going to go wait for a break. We'll be back with more on all of this.
No, we're not. We're not going to any break. Let's switch over to these protests, guys. Hold on. Gonna switch over to the protests that are taking hand right now. Hold up. Let's get you on mute. Let's get you on mute. Let's switch over here to the protests that are taking place right now. The No Kings protest.
We are one humanity, and we need each other to survive. To my friend Ezra Klein and his wife, and all you have gathered today, we the people cannot bow. 2.5 centuries ago, Franklin was the name of a broad parkway you could walk down from Love Park to this great gathering in the city of brotherly love. Benjamin Franklin was a living, breathing human being in a city of
the No
40,000
Kings
people,
protests
the
that are
largest
taking
city
place
in the American
nationwide,
colonies
guys.
at the time. By 1777, there were as many as 14,000 British troops in occupying Philadelphia. More than a third of the population of the city, because everyday people had linked up with everyday people in other colonies to declare their independence from tyrannical rule. 2.5 centuries later, a would-be king has ordered U.S. troops to occupy Los Angeles and to parade down the streets of Washington, D.C., to parade like the North Korean forces of Kim Jong-un. But we are here to say no, that is not who we are. We are gathered in Philadelphia and in 2,000 cities and towns across America today. We are everyday people of every race, creed, and community and political affiliation, uniting in the great nonviolent tradition of those who came before us to demonstrate a better way, a way we...
They need to fix his microphone.
Painful struggles. The struggles that have taught us that we either go forward together or backwards divided. We are not a people who bow and give total allegiance to any ruler or policy, because bowing is not freedom and bowing is not in our spiritual DNA. We cannot be who we were.
Yes, we've been covering that as well, Valerie. We just clicked over to the protest going on with the No Kings, but we most definitely know about the two lawmakers in Minnesota that were unalived by a police impersonator.
Now, we must be honest. America has never been all that she aspires to be, but every stride toward freedom, every step toward a more perfect union has been grounded in this commitment to freedom, liberty, and justice for all. Declaring that we are created equal and endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Writing in our Constitution, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union. Already that is a confession.
Man, people are upset all around the world. They taking the protests, the No King protests are taking place nationwide. This is a live stream, guys. This is live right now.
Challenged us in the deepest recesses of our moral consciousness that we who believe in freedom cannot rest. And in the face of any challenge that would have us bow and accept something less, we say no. Truth is, these are not liberal or conservative.
What do you mean nobody cares, guy? 460 people care right now. Even you're here watching it. So don't be smart before you get deported.
So today, we demonstrate with amazing clarity and speak the truth with strength. And the truth is, Donald Trump's regime is not illegally deploying American troops on U.S. soil because he's strong. He's abusing his authority as commander-in-chief, trying to pick a fight on America's streets because his agenda is incredibly unpopular. His political positions and his claims are weak and failing and contrary to our moral values. The truth is, you are the strength of America. He said he could end conflicts in other parts, bowing to a wannabe king. So today, we demonstrate with amazing clarity and speak the truth with strength And the truth is, Donald Trump's regime is not illegally deploying American troops on U.S. soils because he's strong. He's abusing his authority as commander-in-chief, trying to pick a fight on America's streets because his agenda is incredibly unpopular. His political positions and his claims are weak and failing and contrary to our moral values. The truth is, you are the strength of America. He said he could end conflicts in other parts of the world with a phone call, but wars of aggression rage on. He said he could unite us. We're more divided. He said he was going to stand up for working people, but he handed the government over to a billionaire before their big bad breakup. He said he'd bring
This
prices
is live,
down,
guys.
but
Double
his
tap
wild
that
talk
screen.
about
Get the
tariffs
likes up.
has created economic uncertainty. He said he could deal with Gaza and deal with Ukraine, and things have gotten worse. He said his budget was big and beautiful, but the truth is, it's big and greedy and ugly and destructive and deadly to the most vulnerable. Ezra joined us last week as we've been gathering for Moral Mondays in D.C. since this big ugly budget bill has been before Congress. They have arrested us, but they've not stopped our prayers or our prophetic critique to arrest the consciousness of America. Americans are learning the details of how this big, ugly, deadly, bad bill would kill tens of thousands of people in our communities by stripping health insurance from 15 million Americans, closing hospitals, slashing nutrition assistance programs, leaving millions of hungry children, cutting thousands of jobs supported by green energy crisis. And according to a report from the public health scholars at Yale and the University of Pennsylvania, the cuts to health care alone would kill 51,000 Americans next year. And the more people learn about its details, the less popular Trump's signature legislation becomes law, and his attempt to move more money from the poor and working poor to the wealthy than was transferred during chattel slavery. And because of this, you cannot be silent, and the cries of the people will not be silenced. That is why this regime is in panic, and when an authoritarian is weak, he will do anything.
Continue to hit that like button, guys. We're 40 likes away from 500. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up. Shout out to everybody that's viewing.
We don't have to bow by waving a flag at his parade.
Most definitely continue to subscribe to the channel, guys. Press that subscribe button.
Opposition to the tyranny that threatens our very existence as a country. And this kind of gathering can unite us in a moral movement to save America. And we will not stand down, not now, not ever. Because the truth is, when it comes to the need to stand up for the Constitution over a ruler who would ignore the courts, we are indivisible. When it comes to the need to repair breaches between those who have health care and those who don't, we are indivisible. When it comes to the conviction that everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect, we are indivisible. When it comes to our commitment that no child should go hungry in this, the richest nation in the world, we are indivisible. And when it comes to the essential role of government to serve the people rather than to serve a king, we are indivisible.
We need 17 more likes, guys. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you're new.
In the book of Daniel in the Bible, there's an ancient story where three young men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they were thrown into a fiery furnace for their refusal to bow. They refused to bow to a king that loved to put his name on buildings and ride around and make everybody bow to him. Well, they were thrown in, and they were not consumed, however, by the flames of the furnace. Instead,
they're going on in Texas, Los Angeles, Chicago,
force.
Nationwide, guys, there are protests for the No Kings everywhere.
I stopped by this afternoon to remind you that when we tap into our moral power and refuse to bow, there is a greater power in the universe that will come and stand with us. In the final years of the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa, they used to say, only a dying mule kicks the hardest. So we must maintain discipline, refuse to meet violence with violence, and keep our focus on an agenda that lifts us all to higher ground. We must join hands across all the lines that have been drawn to divide us and stand together as we the people. And when we do, I know a force more powerful than any of our individual actions will come and stand with us in the fire. That's what the best of American history has taught us. I stopped by to tell you and remind you today that the force of truth, the force of love, the force of justice, and the force of equality is more powerful than any would-be king. More powerful than brute force, more powerful than mean money, more powerful than big tech feudalism, more powerful than anything we know. When we stand up and
look at all those people, guys. Look in the right-hand corner in Los Angeles, California. Oh my God!
The heart and soul of America. Are you standing? When the founders refused to bow to King George, a fourth force stood with them. When the slave abolitionists right here in Philadelphia, black and white, refused to bow to the king-like rule of chattel slavery and slave masters, a fourth force stood with them. When women, black and white, refused to bow to those who didn't want them to vote, a fourth force stood with them. When segregationists and Jim Crow politicians' lips dripped with the words of interposition and nullification, people like Rosa Parks and Viola LaRussa and Fannie Lou and Martin and Rabbi Heschel, men and women of every birth, refused to bow, and a fourth force.
People are upset with Trump,
guys. I tell you, the force of truth and the force of love and the force of equality and the force of justice is more powerful than any would-be king named Trump or MAGA or anything. And so it's time. It's time for us to stand together like never before, because when we all...
Wow, guys. There's a lot going on, man. There's protests nationwide, you know, of people who are basically against Trump, guys, in his agenda and the things that he has been pushing forward. And man, let me tell y'all, there are people across the nation that are very upset. There are no king protests going on everywhere in every state.
All right.
It is
so it doesn't
crazy,
appear we
y'all.
lost the shot there. However, I did just want to give you these live looks across the country, the audio. The shot just changed here for us. But you are still taking a live look out of Washington, D.C. right now. Of course, we do have the Army's parade that is set to happen today. It's also President Donald Trump's birthday.
We're going to Los Angeles.
That is also a live look coming out of Washington, D.C. right now. What we're going to do is go away for a break here on Live Now.
No, we're not.
Much more to come.
No, we're not going on any breaks.
The helicopter, LAPD helicopter.
Put you on mute. Look at Los Angeles, guys. This is the No Kings protest in Los Angeles. Look at all of these people, guys. There are a lot of folks out there. You know, people are very upset, man. I can only wonder what tonight's gonna bring. Y'all know the national, did they remove the National Guard yet? I know they said they had to 12 o'clock today. Look at all of those people, guys. This is a live view from Los Angeles with the No Kings protest, guys.
Led Zeppelin forever. There you go. That, you know what? Finally, there's a comment I can relate to.
Continue to get those likes up. Double tap that screen, guys. Click those 3 dots. Hit that thumbs up, man. This is Los Angeles, California. No Kings protest.
To sit, and he'll give him a treat. Dude, you should be giving Chief treats all day long, always. But I want to say
wow,
sit,
guys.
Sit. Some people get that joke. Sit, Chief, sit. I feel like I just got suckered into something. I feel like
this is live coverage of LA, guys. There are no King's protests. There are people
Kyle.
as far as the eye can see.
Make it happen. Break for Bedrock.
Let me show y'all. Let me zoom out real quick. Let me show y'all the amount of people out there. Look at all those people.
Than this. I mean, I'm not
there
saying
are a
this
lot
isn't
of
a good
people
crowd.
out
This
there,
is a good
guys.
crowd. This is more than I thought we're going to be here. And
all right, he
yes,
zoomed out. Look.
It is definitely.
Look at all those
this
people.
Is
Lord have mercy, guys. There are a lot of people out there.
But yeah, this is definitely a good
crowd.
Wow. But I've seen more. I've definitely seen more, and I honestly think it's still, you know, it's they're still streaming it. It's going to get bigger.
There are still people coming. Tonight should be very eventful, guys, with what we've been seeing in Los Angeles thus far, and with all of these people. Lord have mercy.
You got the dirt bike dudes.
Y'all continue to click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, and most definitely subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're most definitely keeping an eye on what's going on in Minnesota, as well as the No Kings protests that are going on nationwide right now as we speak.
I would venture to say that actually comes. You know, see, this is the thing. You can't hear Dylan asking questions. Yeah, you're right, man. You're right.
There are a lot of people, guys.
Are they going to do shuffleboard? What's this all about? Oh, it's a signature thing. Oh, you can sign your name.
This is overwhelming, guys. What's up, Caramel? Shout out to anybody else out there that I haven't seen to speak to. Shout out to y'all, man. Wow. Please continue to get those likes up. If you're on a mobile device, just simply double tap your screen. You know, that's how you hit the like button, or you can click those 3 dots and hit that thumbs up. It helps out the channel, guys. Shout out to everybody in the building. These are the No King protests that are going on nationwide. This is a live view of Los Angeles, California.
Sign writing class. Yeah, see, there's the F word.
Some people are out there with signs that say F Trump.
There's another one. That's another one of those signs. It's like
F ICE. Lord have mercy, guys.
But that really could go either way.
We are 40 likes away from 600. Continue to double tap that screen if you're on a mobile device, or click those 3 dots and hit that thumbs up, guys.
That's a good one. I give that one high points.
They said melt ice, guys.
Definitely.
Melt ice. Wow. There are a lot of people out there, man. People are out there by the thousands, guys.
See, can't put that on television. Sorry. Yep, okay. These guys are pretty comfortable up there. I think they're photographers. Another mullet. Another mullet, what'd I tell you?
He said another mullet. What does the mullet mean, guys?
I had a friend of mine, close friend of mine, that was working for a legal weed company, and she approached me asking about
a legal green company. What in the world?
And if I could find some for her. And I mean, it's been a minute now, you know. Yeah, I found one, but it's like, how do I get those two in touch with each other?
All right, hold on. We got some more speeches going on. Let's go to the next destination, guys. Hold up. This is Los Angeles. Let's go back to where we were a second ago.
It was an ad for an ad. I thought it was a really great idea, personally, but...
Let's get you on mute. Let's go over here. Let's take them out. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you guys so much for being here and coming out. I think it's our last speaker. Yeah. It's our last speaker right now before we do our press gaggle. We have fabulous people back here to talk to all of you as well. If you stick around, there's some really great folks. The last one's going to be Charles Kahn from Strong Economy for All for something quick to close us out.
Good afternoon, my name is Charles Kahn, coming to you from Brooklyn. Today, hundreds of thousands of people across the country are coming together to say no kings and no dictators. But that's not all we're saying no to, right?
We are 30 likes away from 700. If you are in the building, double tap that screen. That's how you hit the like button. Or you can click those three dots and hit that thumbs up, guys.
It's no king.
Make sure you are subscribing to the channel if you're new.
Disappearing our neighbors and our families and our loved ones. It's no to a government that is run by and for billionaires at our expense. It is no to taking away health care from millions of people to hand out tax cuts to billionaires. It's no to trying to destroy our public institutions like education. It's no to laying off thousands of hardworking people that make this country run.
We are 5 likes away from 600, guys. Click those three dots, hit that thumbs up.
I'm here to say yes. I'm not just here to say no to things. I'm here because I want things, right? I'm here to say yes to more health care for every single person in this country. I'm here to say yes for billionaires paying their fair share. I'm here to say yes for a government that is run to make our lives easier and not a government that is run to oppress us and take away our rights. I'm here for my First Amendment. I'm here for all of my amendments. I came for it all. And I'm also here to say that if you are saying no to something today, or you are saying yes in whatever way you say it, in the streets, in the halls of Congress, in your state legislature, on the phone, at the doors.
Thank you to everybody that hit that like button.
With you. And this is just the beginning. That we will not be defeated, and that today we're saying no kings, but tomorrow we'll be saying yes and grabbing back our country and delivering the rights and the dignity and the services that we know that people power will win for us. And so hundreds of thousands of people didn't come here today to give speeches. We came here to march, and we're going to get to that. And so I want to thank all of you all for coming to the press conference. We're going to get started marching. There's a lot of wonderful speakers here. If you want to speak to them, we'll be sticking around for the press gaggle. Appreciate y'all. No kings? No kings? Thank you.
All right. Not sure where Rodrigo's at. Our press gaggle is here, so if you're here for the press gaggle, if you can stick around, there'll be people trying to wrangle and trying to pair people with interviews.
Wow, guys.
All right, and those were some speakers at a No Kings protest that's going on right now in New York, New York. I did want to share with you some of our other live feeds coming in here. This is out of Chicago, Illinois right now. Again,
this is the Chicago
No Kings
protest.
This is protesting against President Trump's administration. Today is also President Trump's birthday. And a little bit later today, we are expecting the Army birthday parade that is also set to kick off around 6 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be bringing that coverage to you here on Live Now from Fox. Protests were planned in nearly 2,000 locations across the country, from city blocks and small towns to courthouse steps and community parks. But no events are scheduled in Washington, D.C., where the military parade will take place in the evening. And we are getting some feeds in here from Washington, D.C. We're continuing to monitor that situation there. But these demonstrations coming on the heels
People
of
are very
protests
upset,
that
guys.
have flared up across the country over federal immigration enforcement raids that began last week, and President Trump ordering the National Guard and Marines to Los Angeles, where protesters blocked a freeway and set cars on fire. So again, taking a live look right now out of Chicago, Illinois. I did just want to turn the sound here. It doesn't appear to be any speakers, but I just wanted to see what we can hear.
This is Chicago, guys.
So it does appear just quiet right now, but again, these protests here varying. I actually wanted to bring in this shot because my producer made this shot here from a couple different places across the country, and you can see that bottom left-hand corner, it says Newsom, send the National Guard home now. So again, that goes off of what I was just telling you here. This coming on the
crazy, guys.
Of these anti-ICE
in 2025, we got this type of situation going on. Who would have ever thought?
Now, over on social media, governors are urging people to stay calm throughout the day here today at these protests. We heard from Washington State Governor Bob Ferguson. He called for peaceful protests over the weekend to ensure President Trump doesn't send military to their state. He said, quote, Donald Trump wants to be able to say that we cannot handle our own public safety in Washington State.
Nationwide, people are against Trump, y'all. What y'all think about that?
We also heard from Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs yesterday, urging protesters to remain peaceful and calm as they exercise their First Amendment right to make their voices heard. Last but not least here, I'll read Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro said his administration and state police are working with police in Philadelphia ahead of what the organizers estimated could be a crowd approaching 100,000 people. And so we were just sharing some of those.
So I hear some of y'all saying no kings. Like, what does that mean? Okay, they're saying that basically Trump is trying to rule America like a king instead of a president. So all of this was set up to let him know that he is not the king of America. That's what no kings mean. Just so y'all know. All right, they taking a break. Let's teleport. This is crazy, guys. Who would have ever thought, man, that in 2025, like I said, that these type of activities would have to be going on? It appears to be pretty peaceful everywhere that we're watching. It's pretty peaceful everywhere. But I can only imagine what it's going to be like when night falls in some of these places. Particularly LA, man. It could get way out of hand. Let me get back to where I'm from. Texas. I seen some going on in Texas as well. They are protesting nationwide, guys. Make sure if you're new to the channel that you most definitely hit that subscribe button and subscribe to the channel, man. We taking a look at all places that I can see with what's going on with these protests, guys. All right, hold on. Let's teleport to another spot. Hold on. Hold on real quick. Let me get us there. think the next one, Chicago and Los Angeles, guys. This is Chicago and Los Angeles. What's up, Naomi? Somebody said a woke Karen. Lord have mercy. This is live from Los Angeles to Chicago, guys. Let's get done right up out of here. We don't care. Get done right up out of here, guys. You know what I'm saying? Deport done. He here talking about watching stuff on TV. Well, go watch it on TV. Nobody asked you to be here in the first place. Get done right up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Because he seems to be one of the people that are against the channel. Go watch it on cable, sir. We'll holler at you. You have been deported. And shout out to everybody in the building, man. Y'all could be watching this anywhere, but y'all choose to watch it over here with me and my sidewalk gang. Shout out to all of y'all. Man, we ain't worried about no haters talking about, oh, you can watch this on TV. Well, go watch it on TV and don't be taking time to type such nonsense in my chat like we don't know. We'll holler at you, you know what I'm saying? You most definitely got deported. This is a mass deportation troll situation going on over here. I got more rockets than Elon Musk, you know, and I deport people quicker than Trump. Just know that.
Okay, once you start walking. You'll take a nice nap on the Oh, really?
No, duh, it's live. This is live. Why would you come here and say, is this live? Yes, this is live. You know, are you alive or are you breathing? Yeah, it's most definitely live. Oh my God, y'all, they done put Trump, they got a Trump blimp out there. They got a Trump balloon out there, you know, floating around in the crowd in Los Angeles. Lord have mercy. We are 15 likes from 700, guys. We are 15 likes from 700. Anybody in the building that has not double tapped their screen, if you're on a mobile device, or click those three dots and hit that thumbs up, please do so. You know, it helps out the channel and we would greatly appreciate it. Shout out to everybody in the building. I see that Trump got a lot of supporters down there in my chat. They are calling people every name in the book besides the Son of God. Lord have mercy. I see y'all down there. They saying Trump USA, Trump 2025, Trump 2028. Well, y'all love y'all some Trump. I see it. But we also have some non-supporter Trumps down there. I see y'all saying Trump losers. Wow, man, let's go. Hey, man, the chat is most definitely divided, some for and some against Donald Trump, man. Feel free to express yourself in the chat. Most definitely keep the comments clean, though. Misspell your cuss word, but you most definitely got freedom of speech. You know, shout out to everybody here. Oh man, I see somebody keep on putting Tuck Trump. Y'all know what that mean. That mean F Trump. Lord have mercy, man. Shout out to y'all. Y'all are crazy. We have Craig from State Farm just entered the building. What's up, Craig from State Farm? Somebody down there said, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I see you. I did show them what Florida said yesterday. Their sheriff's department said if you chunk rocks or injure one of our officers, we will be calling your family to notify them of your passing because we will unalive you. That's what they said in Florida. They ain't messing around over there. That's crazy, y'all. That's crazy.
I'm gonna go with a lot. I'm gonna go with a lot, Alex.
All right, let's switch over to the next one, guys. Hold up. We about to switch over. Nope, that ain't it. It's this one. Ah, they still on break over here. I guess not. Let's go back to where we was at. That ain't it. All right, right here.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. Maybe they're not all on the move. What do we got there?
LA got a lot of people out there, guys. Look at that balloon. Let me blow it up.
There you go. We can put that on television.
Oh, look at the Trump balloon, guys.
The lighting was a little better.
LA is out there acting a fool, guys. They got a whole Trump balloon out there, as orange as can be. Lord have mercy.
You know, we've got about 35 on station, 35 minutes on station.
Wow. Never in the history of America has anything like this happened before. Boy, people are most definitely on Trump top, guys. Continue to get those likes
Joseph
up.
is coming in with an
wow.
Says 10,000. Copy all, thank you.
Look at the Trump balloon,
thank
guys.
You, Joseph.
Wow. All right, wow, y'all. And that balloon is as orange as can be, y'all. Hold up. Let me take us back out. Let's zoom out.
Oh, what do we got?
I just wanted y'all to see that balloon.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, that balloon is hilarious, guys. Wow. Hey man, I'm not dissing Trump. I'm just saying that balloon was most definitely funny. Man, we went from Wild Kings night to no Kings. Let's talk about it. I think I still got LA up here too, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, camera guy.
Now that's Houston. I had LA up here.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Listen to him trying to have a country accent. Come on, come on, come on, come on, man. You is not country, man. I'm country. You are not country, man. It's come on. You know what I'm saying? You are not country, dog. Don't be making fun of the country. I'll click off this channel. Shout out to Texas, because that's where I'm from, guys.
Oh. Is that perch? No, that's not purge. We're not there yet.
They said nobody should not attend Trump parade. So we got Los Angeles and DC on the screen right now. It was Los Angeles and Chicago.
The market. There's such good food in there.
What's up with it, Kevin?
If I would have been down there and we walked by there.
Hey guys, we are 30 away from 800 on that like, man. If you haven't done so, double tap your screen or click those 3 dots and hit that thumbs up.
All right, everybody.
That's how you hit the like button, guys.
Talk to my pilot here for a little bit. Just letting you guys know. So
Yeah.
watch the.
You need to talk to your pilot while you over there trying to imitate country people talking about, come on, come on, come on, come on. That is not how we talk, man.
The one where everything was going wrong. I'm just, yeah, that, you know, I had like a couple of weeks of that recently. You know, I felt them. I felt Clarkson. I was like, dude, I feel you. Yeah, that's the day everything was going wrong. Was Harvest Day.
Shout out to everybody that hit that like button. We just hit 800 on the like, man. Y'all continue to subscribe to the channel if you are new. We are most definitely covering the No King protests that are going on nationwide, guys. We jumping from place to place. I hope y'all don't mind.
You know, I feel for him, but you know, everybody has days like that. Yesterday was like kind of like a day like that. How many times do we have technical crap all day? You know, chip light, stuff, the tech stuff in the back not working. You know, how many times I had to reboot stuff and do workarounds, not feel.
Let's take a trip to Chicago, guys. Hold on.
Yeah,
we going to Chicago. Hold up.
Like, yeah, the transponder and the helicopter not working. It was just like all this stuff. It's just, we all have days like that. You know, Mama said we have days like that.
Look at that robot dog. This is not Chicago. This is somewhere else. But they got the robot dog out there, guys. Look at that thing. Wow. 2 of them. 2 robot dogs out there. Now those things right there, this is also live, guys. But those things right there, man, can be extremely dangerous. Guys, the military and the police have those robot dogs now. And man, let me tell you, man, criminals better watch out. No King protests are taking place nationwide, guys, in a wide variety of cities. Look at that robot dog, y'all. Wow. Look at that thing. I would not want to encounter one of those things anywhere. Just imagine walking down the street and one of them things start chasing you. Lord have mercy. I'll stick with real dogs. You got a better chance of getting away. That's machinery right there. It ain't no evading that thing. We got a military helicopter over there. Let me show y'all all these people in Chicago, though. Hold up. Hold on. We finna go to Chicago from here. Hold on, y'all. Show y'all the protest in Chicago.
in cities all across the U.S. intended to counter President Trump's policies.
This is Chicago, guys.
The president has scheduled for later tonight. Our Dave Savini headed out into the crowd just a short time ago, and here's some of what he saw at Dearborn in Washington.
I'm standing outside of the CBS Broadcast Center right now. This is where police are staging to the east of the demonstration in Daley Plaza. You can see the police bike patrol.
This is Chicago. Their audio is extremely low, guys.
One little segment of them. They use those bikes as moving fences when they need to as barricades with wheels. Behind me is a massive crowd. Like I said, we are at the fringe of that crowd. It goes all the way west here on Washington, past City Hall, past Daley Plaza. It goes to the north, to Lake Street, and it goes to the south, to Monroe. Now, people have been gathering here all morning. We saw this crowd.
This is live in Chicago, guys. The No Kings rally.
We're going to head through, get up closer to what's happening here. As I said, we're going to be out here all day covering the developments and covering the protests. It's been peaceful so far. Everybody has been doing a nice job of staying calm. And
shout out to everybody that subscribed to the channel. We just hit 31K. Shout out to all of y'all. I appreciate it. Continue to hit that like button. And all you have to do if you're on a mobile device is double tap that screen or click those 3 dots and hit that thumbs up, guys.
So this is kind of what you'd be going through if you were out here right now. That's how packed it is. Just trying to get up here towards the front with our cameras. Coming through, guys. Doing a report here. All right, so as you can see, people are standing on whatever they can stand on to get a glimpse of what's happening. It is so crowded. Hi, how are you? I mean, this crowd is massive. Excuse me. Tens of thousands. Possibly.
There are a lot of people that are upset with Trump, guys. This is a live view from Chicago.
You can see all the signs. We're not going to go close up on a lot of them.
Thank you, Bad Kitty.
Still trying to move towards the center of the crowd here. Lots of people. Never seen it this crowded here before. And we've seen lots of demonstrations. This crowd is supposed to get up and get mobile in a little bit after 2 o'clock when this ends. And they're supposed to possibly head down towards the Trump Tower. Can we slide here through, folks? We're trying to get there.
They are headed towards the Trump Tower in Chicago, guys.
To be here today.
I'm born in Chicago, born and raised in Chicago here.
You came from Chicago.
I don't know why their audio is so low.
Okay, I just wondering how far you traveled. And
Oh, yeah, yep.
what time did you get here? You just getting here now?
About 30 minutes ago. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Hi, how are you? Coming through. Got it, Sam. All right, we're still working our way towards the center of events. We got a bunch of kids here. How you doing, guys? Where'd you guys come from today? Where you?
Minnesota.
Oh, you came all the way down from Minnesota. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're following that story as well. Let's keep moving if we can. This is
all right, we got some action going on over here.
Represent Philly for a minute. Philly is a vibrant, growing, and welcoming city. We are a championship city. Can't do without the Go-Birds. And we are the birthplace of American democracy. Philly is a city that doesn't tolerate villains, fully. We don't do tyrants, and we sure as hell don't do kings. So it's fitting that tens of thousands from across the region goes to be in Philadelphia. I want to thank Vicki Miller and the entire team from Invisible Philly for putting this together.
All right, so the speaker is from Philadelphia, so the live feed is from Philadelphia. We also got Los Angeles in the right-hand corner and Charlotte, North Carolina at the bottom of the right-hand corner.
And across the country today.
These protests are going on nationwide, guys.
With the Reverend Dr. Barber here, and a really special honor to have the King family join us. The PFP feels a special connection and debt of gratitude to Dr. King. His endorsement in 1965 was instrumental in the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers obtaining recognition as the exclusive bargaining agent for Philadelphia educators. Today in our nation's capital, gross misuse of public resources occur, all in service to Donald's ego and insecurity. I have a suggestion for fixing your unpopularity, Donald. Stop running the most corrupt, incompetent, and violent administration of our lifetime. And keep your armed federal agents away from our schools and students. Trump and his fellow oligarchs seek to rule us like kings. They believe their wealth gives them the right to pick and choose who among us gets to eat, goes to school, receives life-saving vaccines and medical care, and who is able to leave freely. Touch the medicated snap with literally steel-feed medicine from the mouths of babies. You can see my union's members wearing their signature PFP red here today. Check out our sign. Trump is not the first wannabe king we've had to resist. Power-hungry billionaires like Jeff Yass have been trying to buy our democracy. Yass is a billionaire and the richest man in Pennsylvania. He's been getting rich off K-12 education for years. He's also a tax dodger. When we leave here today, Google Jeffrey Yass and then ProPublica, who uses his obscene wealth to attack public education, that only kids of the wealthy will have access to college and careers of their choice. If we want to take back our democracy, we need to take back power, not just from Trump.
All right, as you see there, listening into that protest that's happening there in Philadelphia, several people are stepping up to the microphone. We did have to step away for that shot because there was a sign there in that shot that did have the F word. We're doing our best to keep any profanity off of your screens.
That's why they blurred it out. There was profanity,
we can control
guys.
the signs that are in the crowd there as well. So we'll continue to monitor that. So if you see the screen blur for a few seconds, that's because we're trying to get something that shouldn't be on air there on your screen as well. So we're continuing to watch these live feeds again as they're coming into our newsroom. This one, though, happening in Los Angeles. Take a look at the screen, though.
LA,
these aerial shots of some of these protests that are happening there in LA. It's not the only one that's going on around the country, as we were just listening into Philadelphia as well.
Look at all of those
as
people.
well there in Los Angeles. These are some of the aerial views. I want to show you a shot that we also have on the ground. Take a look at this. This one just coming into our newsroom as well, as folks are out in abundance there marching and taking to the streets. Again, we're going to be keeping a close eye on some of the signage that is being held up. Can't always control that though as well. We're going to take this time to slide away for a 2-minute break. Our coverage of these live events continues after this.
No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not taking any breaks, guys. Let's go to the next feed. Let's jump over here.
Here's them down the team. Yeah, I saw that.
Contact customer service at 704-336-7433 for additional assistance.
Y'all hear me? No, we're not. Every time they say we're going to commercial, no, we're not. Let's take a look at Texas, guys. We ain't seeing what's been going on in Texas in a second. Hold on. Let me get to my state and see what's going on. Let's go to the Dallas-Fort Worth area and see what's going on with the No Kings rallies in Texas. Hold on.
like it's starting to spread more away from City Hall right now. We're going to try to see if we can maybe get down there a little bit.
This is Texas, guys.
Sorry, just trying to get a lay of the land, Casey, while we're out
No, that's
here.
fine. And
fluid and yeah.
David, while you do that, want to obviously point out while you look for that, and we can let you go if you need to.
This is Dallas Fort Worth.
Let us know.
Their protest.
Okay. But don't want to drag the event itself, and you're right. The idea of a divisive country is nothing new, and divisive issues. And we should point out that the people organizing these events across the nation today have always pointed out that safety is important for everyone. Some of these people have attended de-escalation training at the ACLU.
I could have went there live.
Been straight up from
I could have got us some real live
people
footage
about
from
bringing
Dallas.
water, sunscreen, not to bring anything that can be mistaken as a weapon, because their whole message is lost if something goes awry.
100%. I can tell you, I do want to give you an update right now on what we're looking at. I mentioned earlier that we didn't really have any counter protesters.
It'll take too long, Lonzo. It'll be about 2 hours.
Or so. They're not necessarily countering.
We're going to have to get 88 out of there, Ballin. We need one of them people that's currently in Dallas to go put boots on the ground.
People who are confronting these people who have a different type of message, and Dallas police officers, you can tell, are on standby. One is right there. It looks like at the front of the group. We got a couple.
Somebody said San Francisco's protest was lame.
Very normal. This is nothing. To sound an alarm about. We see this at protests. We see sometimes people coming out here and just spend. Oh, you guys come up through. It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, this is nothing to sound an alarm about, but just one little thing happening here at this intersection.
So I'm just looking online
guys,
here.
We are 20 likes away
people
from 900, guys.
In Houston
Continue to double tap that screen or click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you're new. What's up, Lisa B?
Picture, not just here in the DFW Metroplex, not just here in Texas, but across the country, from New York to California. There are cities, big cities to little towns today, that are holding peaceful demonstrations protesting some of the policies of President Donald Trump's administration, the White House administration,
they're protesting
specifically as it pertains to immigration enforcement in some of these cities. What really escalated all of this seemed to be when reports emerged that there were plainclothes ICE agents that were hanging out at immigration courts, at federal immigration courts in Los Angeles, and were detaining people as they showed up for their court hearings. That is something that also happened here at the Federal Immigration Court in Dallas. I personally spoke to an immigration lawyer who saw that happen, and some people in the community believe that that is a legal trap in a lot of ways, that these are people that are trying to do it right. They may be in the country illegally, they may have crossed the border and come into the United States in an unlawful way, but they are contributing members of society. They pay taxes and they contribute to the base.
Shout out to everybody that's hitting that like button.
Very
we are 3 likes away from 900, guys.
Issue that's being discussed. Let's head over now back to Fort Worth. David Centendry live for us in Dallas.
So this
David,
is Dallas,
thank
guys.
you for being
now
with
they're
us
going to take us to Fort
and
Worth.
indulging me here with
These
some
are the
discussions
Texas
about the state of affairs in the country
no
at the moment.
Protest.
And I'm going to shut up and let you listen and take in some of the sights and sounds from the protest demonstration event in Fort Worth right now.
There are a lot of people out, guys. Signs in hand. They say no kings. This is Fort Worth. going crazy in Los Angeles? Let's see. They ain't going crazy right now. It's a lot of people out, but they ain't really doing nothing but marching. Let's go back to Los Angeles, guys. Let's see if she's pulling my leg. They are not going crazy. No, they're not. No, they're not going crazy. It's a lot of people, but they ain't going crazy. This is live from Los Angeles and Chicago. Oh, they got like a big Constitution thing over there. She say zoom in. Hold on. Let's go right to it. Hold up. We're gonna zoom in. Hold up. Let me get us over there. This is Los Angeles, guys.
All right, we are going to go back to Dallas now. You're looking at Sky 4 pictures.
Los Angeles,
what a
but I still
crowd
got the audio
there
playing
starting
from
to
Dallas.
move into the streets of downtown Dallas, and I believe that's Irving
There's a lot
Street,
of people in Dallas as
if
well.
I'm not mistaken.
But let's mute it. Hold on, we're going back to Los Angeles. Where is it at? Hold on. That's Chicago. Hold up, that ain't it. There it go. This is Los Angeles. They ain't got no sound over there.
Who's flying away? I just looked up.
This is Los Angeles, guys.
That's Lima Whiskey. Yeah.
They got a fake Constitution thing that says we are the people. That's what everybody was signing a while ago.
Oh, I don't know. That used.
It says we the
really? What do they
people.
paint it?
This is Los Angeles,
HD?
guys.
That's not 29 HD. That's 7 HD. That's the same one. They just. I don't even think it went through like a full maintenance, but they painted it. Yeah. I don't know. You know what? Anything that's got Marcel's name attached to it is better.
I got a feeling that Los Angeles is going to be off the chain tonight. We the people of the United States. That's throw.
Getting there. 9 minutes. It's almost noon. Man, time is this flying? I'm clicking by.
It's already noon in Texas. It's 1:21.
Down the track. Picking up speed now.
This is live from Los Angeles, guys. We are 50 likes away from 100, guys. Continue to double tap that screen or click those 3 dots. Hit that thumbs up. Most definitely subscribe to the channel if you're new.
We did the line here, didn't we? Did we do the line here? Let's try it again. 8. Bring out the ruler. Bring out the ruler. Okay. And not like, oh, gosh darn it.
This is live in Los Angeles, guys.
Yeah.
Texas.
2,300 feet of people. 2,300 feet of road filled with people. That's quite a bit.
Texas got a lot of people out there, too. This is Chicago, guys. They are protesting nationwide. This one right here got Chicago and Los Angeles at the same time. Oh, there go the Trump thing. We missed it. Oh man, I missed the Trump bloom. Dang, man, I gotta go back. We gonna, man, I'm gonna speed it back up, but I gotta get a shot of the Trump bloom. Dang, man.
The Constitution's making the turn.
There are a lot of people in Los Angeles, guys. The streets are flooded with people.
You looking for the banner, too? Behind us now, coming up to about by 9 o'clock. Solid 90s above us, but not by a lot. Yeah, right about 9. Right about 9 right now. More like 7, 9, something like that. Now he's probably about a 6.
This is Los Angeles, guys.
Are they starting to move south again? What are they on now? What is that, Olive? Yeah, Stu, that's your barbershop. Yes, I know, but yeah, it's Olive. Yeah, let's move a little bit, maybe to the left. Sounds like
this is not AI. Simmer down before I deport you. Talking about, hey, this is not AI.
I see a lot of birds. I haven't seen any drones. No drones. Just the old guy droning on in the helicopter.
Yes, Valerie, today is Trump's birthday. They are having a nationwide protest on Trump's birthday. All right, they think I'm playing. Hold on. Let's get Mr. whatever your name is. Let's deport him. The guy that put AI in my chat, he is now deported. Get the rockets in the chat. Get him up out of here. This is not AI, dog. What are you talking about? Whatchamacallit? Let's get whatchamacallit right up out of here. Whatchamacallit, you just got deported, dog. There's a mass deportation going on over here of trolls. You know, I am Donald Trump of this channel. I got more rockets than Elon Musk. And if you don't have a green card and you are talking trash, you will be deported. Shout out to the 1,000 people that hit that like button. Shout out to y'all. Thank you. Absolutely, ballin'. This is Los Angeles, guys. Shout out to everybody that's subscribing to the channel as well. Thank y'all. I appreciate it.
I'll give you a hint right now. There's going to be a money shot up here. In front of Trump Tower, there's going to be a display of something you want to get a picture of. All right.
This is Dallas, Texas right here, guys. This is Dallas. This is Chicago. They say Donald Trump has got to go. This is Chicago right here, guys. Shout out to Vic for that $2. He say, on my way from home listening. Shout out to you, big dog. This is Chicago, guys. These are the Texas protests right here. This is Dallas and Fort Worth, guys. And I think as well as Austin. All right. All right, hold on, my bad. Let's go see what's going on with Minneapolis. I just got a report that says that the gunman has been identified as Vance Bolter, 57 years old, guys. Let's go over here and see what's going on with him. We'll come back to this in a second. Hold on.
Checking because they knew of the incident that occurred, and they were going to check on Speaker Hortman at that time, at which time Brooklyn Park police officers encountered an individual who immediately fired at them, and they exchanged gunfire, and then the individual was able to escape during that exchange of gunfire. At the residence in Champlin, there was life-saving measures that were provided there. Both individuals were transported, as was previously noted, and they both received surgeries for their injuries at the hospital, and their conditions are at this time, both those individuals, Senator Hoffman and his wife, are both alive at this time, but they suffered gunshot wounds and are obviously in a difficult situation, but we're cautiously optimistic that they will continue to improve. At this time, it is a very active scene still, as you've seen. The Brooklyn Park Police Department, along with other members, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, State Patrol, FBI, BC, and many others are actively engaged in a manhunt for the individual that we believe is
Gilbert Hall says deport.
So we'll be sharing the identity with those individuals as this progresses, but I'm going to caution you, I know there's going to be a ton of interest in this. We're not at the position we can do that as we're actively searching for that individual.
And we have thousands of people sheltered in place in the city of Brooklyn Park right now. We are in an extensive manhunt involving hundreds and hundreds of police officers and SWAT teams searching, gridding off areas as we believe confidently the suspect had fled out the back of the house after being confronted by the police. Very briefly, after the officers had exchanged gunfire and the suspect retreated into Melissa's home, they immediately went up to the threshold and looked in and seen a male that was down, clearly had been struck by gunfire. They made limited penetration, grabbed a hold of the male and drug him out to safety to attempt first aid. However, he was pronounced dead shortly after that. At that point, the officers surrounded the house, got additional resources and SWAT resources, and then ultimately went in with a drone identifying a female in the home.
All right, welcome back here. Heather Brown, Derek James, we're taking over for Reg and Susan Elizabeth here. You're just hearing from the Brooklyn Center Chief of Police describing what happened earlier this morning at Representative Melissa Hortman's home.
And we know that a lot of you are joining us either online, maybe on your phone or on a computer, and are just learning this information, especially if you were out and haven't had the television or been by a phone earlier today. We want to let you know that the manhunt continues at this hour right now for what we now know is a 57-year-old man by the name of Vance Bolter, who is considered at large, armed and dangerous, who is believed to be the one involved in these politically motivated shootings of two lawmakers here. Here's a look at a picture of him. We just received this moments ago, along with the CBS News confirmed team in New York. We were able to confirm that this is who law enforcement, as well as U.S. Marshals, ATF, are now searching for as a person of interest in these shootings.
Right, and you can see they have a description here, body armor and a blue shirt. We know, we just saw, Susan Elizabeth and Reg just showed you the vehicle that had been towed in front of Melissa Hortman's house. That was a realistic looking vehicle there, out there impersonating law enforcement. So again, this is the person of interest who they are continuing to look for, and that manhunt around the Edinburgh golf cars still in effect. People are still having to stay inside of their homes there.
Yeah, and that's about a 3-mile radius of that neighborhood and the golf course. And I believe we actually have that map that we can show you to just give you a sense of this area, this part of Brooklyn Park. It includes parts of 610 and 252. I believe we might be able to throw that up on the screen. And there you can see the area we're talking about. But keep in mind, this happened early this morning, Heather.
Right, we're talking about 2 o'clock is right around the time that the shootings happened at the Senator Hoffman's house, and then it was closer to 3:30 that police arrived at Hortman's house there, and that's where they encountered this person who then shot back at police.
Yes, and this suspect, we talked about the fact that he was in a vehicle that you know, no one would be able to realize wasn't an official law enforcement vehicle. Here is that vehicle that we were just learning about. I mean, if you take a look at it, as we were told by Maria Lisignoli, I mean, even up close from her vantage point, all of the detail in this vehicle.
That was the vehicle that the police impersonator was in when he pulled up to their home and basically unalived them. Now, I got reports that said that the husband was unalived. He most definitely passed away, but I think that the wife, Miss Huffman, is still in critical condition.
Is there with us. She has some new details. Anna?
Good to be with you all. Well, we're now, as you were mentioning, more than 11 hours into this manhunt. So as we've been talking about, that means sort of the radius of where investigators are searching widens. We heard from police a few hours ago that there were hundreds of agents. The FBI is assisting, is very involved. They haven't taken over as the lead agency handling this, as sometimes happens in cases like this, but they are very involved, as are other federal agents, including members of the ATF. But the fact that this list, as you were talking about, is more than around 50 individuals, lawmakers, others in leadership positions, including abortion rights advocates. So this is interesting, but is still, I think, officials are being careful about saying exactly what the motive was, because they haven't apprehended or interviewed the suspect. Of course, that's an important part of this. Once they do apprehend him and interview him, if that is possible, they will also recover his electronic devices, and they're going to piece together what was going on, and we'll learn more about what he was planning, how he was planning it, what his Google searches were, if he was communicating with anyone else about this. As you noted, with the vehicle looking so much, and your
That's
great
the
team there on
gunman
the
right
ground,
there,
that
guys.
was just fantastic work to be able to describe that and show that to us, looking so much like a real police vehicle, which of course, if that individual were to drive up to you in the middle of the night and knock on the door, and you see those lights and you see a vehicle resembling so much a police vehicle, you're going to open the door. So that was all likely part of this plan to gain entrance into those homes. So this is being pieced together by federal officials who are being briefed on this investigation. We now have 2 federal sources who are confirming that name. They're being briefed as we speak, and so it's just a very fluid situation. It continues, I should say, to be a fluid situation as the manhunt continues, guys.
All right.
Yeah, one of the things that'll be interesting too is to find out if there were any previous communications of any kind,
Right.
whether that be social media, email, phone calls to the offices of these 2 lawmakers or the other
Any of the
40
50 that were on that
list.
list.
Yeah.
That's right. And I think it's really important at this point to be careful about speculating exactly what the motive was, because generally in these cases, it could be very complex. There could be sort of paradoxical motivations as well. So we've got to wait until investigators gather more information to piece together why this tragic, horrific, deadly attack, why this individual took those actions and took those lives. So that's, of course, under, you know, that we continue to investigate. I'm just getting calls from my colleagues in DC as we learn more. And so I'll update you all as soon as I have more.
And Anna, we know here in Minnesota, our law enforcement is really used to working with each other, the sheriff's office, the state, the cities, and all of that. And also, you know, in conjunction with the feds here, but they are a huge part of this investigation.
That's exactly right. This is a major case. As you heard earlier today, the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, she directed her agents, the FBI, to focus on this. President Donald Trump also condemned the attack, said there's no place in this country for this kind of violence. He was briefed on this. It is being investigated as a politically motivated attack. And so at the highest levels of our government, officials are paying very close attention to this. They are on alert to do that investigation.
So the police impersonator, he left a manifesto, guys, as well as, you know, notes that he wrote in his car that basically said, "No king." You know, basically trying to tie all of this and his actions to the No King protest that's going on today, y'all. That's crazy.
Conduct that as soon as possible. Of course, since this is an ongoing manhunt, they're going to look for clues as to where he might have gone. So we're in this very critical period. I covered Luigi Mangione very closely, and that led to an almost 5-day manhunt. At that point, it took that amount of time to definitively have the name of the suspect. So I think investigators are a lot farther along, likely because, one, it was in this local community, the vehicle was left behind, so lots of clues there. There are surveillance cameras, of course, around the area that police could have reviewed to backtrack and actually watch how that vehicle drove to State Senator Hoffman's house and then drove to State Rep Hortman's house. And so all of that will have been reviewed. You know, we're 11 hours in, so police would have had the time to do that, to review that kind of footage, and that probably helped them also zero in on the identification of the suspect.
Remember, here in this case, there was some sort of contact between Brooklyn Center Police and this suspect.
That's right. They exchanged words. Police didn't want to say exactly what, and gunfire. And I thought it was a really interesting detail that he ran back inside of the house and then escaped out the back, which is how he was able to, you know, if police had to go through the home to then try to go after the suspect, that gave him a little bit of cover and a little bit of time.
This is crazy, y'all.
To get away. So that then made it very difficult. I mean, it's unclear if he's in hiding or somehow on the run.
So they have identified the gunman that unalived the representative from Minnesota, you know, as well as injuring his wife. She is still in critical condition, but her husband has most definitely passed, man. It's crazy, y'all. Wow, man. The world is most definitely in unrest right now.
He has planned this and is able to be nimble on foot. It can be very challenging for law enforcement to zero in on one suspect.
Think about this. I mean, this happened very early in the morning, so it's pitch black. These officers come up to Representative Hortman's home. They see a vehicle that looks very much like a police vehicle. Someone is shooting at them. They have no idea what is going on, just the uncertainty, the risk of going in there. We know that they did send in drones before they were able to get into the home, but just the chaos that must have been at that time.
Well, and then you also have to think of the fact that this suspect now, we don't know that he's still dressed like an officer. As mentioned, if there was a lot of planning with this, he may have had one or multiple outfits, disguises with him. That's why, as you say, that makes this manhunt very, very difficult.
That's exactly right. All of those are great points. It's, as you said, it was 3:30 in the morning, so pitch black. Gunfire.
That is the gunman, guys. That is the guy that did it.
The local police, they're trying to get their bearings. How do they assess this situation?
Due to his haircut, he's either ex-military or law enforcement, guys. Look at his haircut. You know what I'm saying? He got that haircut, you know, like either the police or a person that has been in the army, guys. I think they call it, ain't it called like a buzz cut or something like that? I would be willing to bet my last dollar that he's either ex-military or law enforcement. Them are the only people what I see with those type of haircuts.
Time. So very, very challenging environment for law enforcement right now.
All right. Anna Schechter live for us from CBS in New York. Anna, we'll check back in with you. Thank you. We do have Caroline Cummings also here talking with us. Caroline has spent a lot of time with Representative Hortman covering that special session. They're very late nights. Caroline, I know, are you there with us?
Yeah,
absolutely, Dwayne.
Sure can. Caroline,
hey, one thing about it, we know when we see the police dog, he most definitely fit the criteria with that haircut. Either he's a ex. Let's put it like this. He may be neither. Let me stop saying that. He may be neither. He may not be a police officer or an ex-military person, but he most definitely has the haircut of a person that was in the military or law enforcement. I know the police when I see them.
Anguish, shock, horror. These are people who.
These are the people that the man was unalived and the wife is in clear. These are the lawmakers from Minnesota.
My whole career in Iowa and Minnesota, and these are people who.
Carmen, I'm gonna go back to it in a second. Just give me a second. I got you.
People's lives better, and nobody cared more about that than the speaker. And I've been struck. In a way that's gotten me so emotional, really, is the way that Republicans and Democrats alike are mourning her loss. And that is it feels so needed in this moment because politics feels so divisive.
Let's go, cut up, girl. I see you.
Caroline, how do you cover politics? It's so hard. And I like to say that there's a lot of things you don't see that are really good. And something that the Speaker Emeritus said often was, because I think people have been remarking about how she was very funny, and she would make little clips to reporters.
Now,
sometimes on and off camera. And
I'm willing to bet that she unalive, guys, because if you listen to this lady, she said she was very funny. That means that's past tense. So I'm willing to bet that both are unalive now, guys. She was in surgery the last time they said something about her, and now her friend is up here speaking on her and speaking in past tense. So I'm willing to bet that she passed away as well.
Earlier this year, that might get all the headlines, but that kind of masks the reality of the relationships that people share. I have a comment that just came up on X from Representative Nolan West of Blaine, that he shared an anecdote about how he disagreed with her on so much policy, but her last interaction with her was they were in a meeting during these budget negotiations, and she was, he was fighting very strongly for his position on something, and she was thoughtful, he says, and found a way to find a solution. And he said, quote, "She was a real human, and you don't always find that in high-profile politicians." And then he went on to say, "Her absence will be felt for years."
Her absence. She passed away, guys. They are both unalive.
Republican lawmakers in both chambers or DFL lawmakers who, had so much respect for her in the House. I mean, so much respect for her. She was very much their guiding light in so many ways. They all have the same words to say of her. They respected how she carried herself. They respected how she treated them in negotiations.
Lord have mercy, Cameron. I'm going to go back to the riots in a minute, man. Let me tell you something. You don't run nothing over here. Prayers for her family. Prayers for her and her husband that their souls go where they need to be. Man, this is most definitely sad, man. Put prayer hands in the chat, man, for this congresswoman as well as her husband. This is sad, y'all. Wow, man. This is sad. Oh, my God, man. Continue to hit that like button. Wow, man. Put the prayer hands in the chat.
I just love that because I thought, look, they will fight vigorously for their positions. There will be real partisan battles that play out on the floor, but a little moment of, are we going to show up in the same outfit today, was a heartening moment that really says a lot about what this is all about, which is that these are elected officials, but they are people, and everybody is mourning.
Thank you for everybody that participated and put those prayer hands in the chat.
That you've spoken with today also talk about not only being in mourning, but also fearful for not only themselves, but their families. You mentioned how many of these lawmakers have children at home.
Yeah, and some of them have young children, and I've talked to some of them with young children who their children were actually out of town, you know, up in on vacation, family vacation, cabin, and they were breathing a sigh of relief.
They were both Democratic lawmakers
in their home.
Wow.
Last night, and when you think about that, it's like, if you're a mom, you know, you want to be with your children. You probably miss them deeply when they're gone. But this is an instant where you were happy that they weren't there in the event that this person, this suspect, could have come and done the same thing to them. That is as visceral of a feeling that that somebody can capture, really. And I think there is a lot.
I know a lot of y'all want to see the protests. Understand that the channel is Everything News. We most definitely cover everything, and this was one of the subjects that was in my title, so I must cover this as well. Shout out to y'all.
Is unnerving, and I think something that we heard from on our air a little bit ago is really telling about kind of the state of affairs, but also who Melissa Hortman was. DFL Majority Leader, former DFL Majority Leader Ryan Winkler, who worked closely alongside Melissa Hortman for a few years when she was the Speaker of the House and he was the Majority Leader.
Amanda,
he talked about how she was always concerned for her members, legislator in her caucus and in the Republican caucus, for their safety. She stopped doing overnight debates if she could avoid it, sending people home because she was worried would they get home safely. There's definitely been conversations around the Capitol about security in the actual building.
I got you, dear live stream.
You can walk right in, and it's very accessible, and that's beautiful for your seat of your government to be accessible to the people, but it's also frightening to people who work there because of the really fraught moment that we are in. So her looking out for others in their safety in the legislature, I feel like illustrates really, how she had care for the lawmakers, but also the nonpartisan staff. There's tons of people you never hear about in the news that do a lot of the hard work behind the scenes, and she was concerned for their safety as well. So a lot of people just totally in shock, angry, anxious, and just a feeling of profound
All right,
sadness.
Valerie has confirmed
sort of touched
that
on
both
this, but
passed
these lawmakers,
away, guys.
we don't hear about it all the time.
Sad, man,
Deal
sad.
with threats on a very frequent basis, whether it's DFL or Republican, and it's very difficult.
All right, for they start making me cry. Let's get back to a little bit of what's going on. I will keep that. We will stay updated on what's going on with that. Let's check out what's going on with these riders, guys. We got Minneapolis and Chicago on the screen right now. Prayers for the families.
Oh, chopper? I'm looking at the drone here. There's a drone just sitting right there. What about that? Yeah.
Chicago, guys. This is Texas, guys. All right, the LA one has ended.
Until the start of the march. And I lost everybody when we faced the ADA.
Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what Chicago looks like. This is what Chicago looks like. This is what Chicago looks like. This is what America 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 looks like.
This is New York, guys.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. When I say who's got the power, who's got the power? Who's got the power? Who's got the power? Who's got the power? We've got the power. 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 When I say what kind of power, you said people power. What kind of power? 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 People power. Whose street? Our street. 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 Whose city? Our city. 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 Whose state? Our state. Whose state? Our state. Whose state? Our state. Whose state? Our state. Whose country? Our country. 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 Who's Chicago? Who's Chicago? Who's Chicago? Who's Chicago? Who's city? Who's city? Who's city? Our city.
A lot of unrest, guys. A lot of unrest. This is nationwide protest against Trump.
I don't know, we've all been friends at the last minute.
Our street. Our street. Our street. Our street. Food 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 street. Our street. Hey, Trump. No, take notes. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go.
Chicago, guys.
No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA. 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 No ICE. Not ready. Love, not hate. Not ready. Love, not hate. Makes America great. Love, not hate. Makes America great. Love, not hate. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey.
And so far from what we've seen, people have been peaceful, they've been nonviolent, and they're here to exercise their First Amendment rights. Now, we do see that there are people on traffic signals and light posts here at Washington and Dearborn as they gear up to march down Dearborn. They're going to go east onto Wacker and then south onto Michigan. I also spoke with protest organizers who tell us that they will come back onto Ida B. Wells and then eventually on LaSalle or Clark.
This is Chicago, guys.
Plaza or Daley Plaza. But we were just at the rally earlier today at Daley Plaza. We heard from all of these speakers for the last hour, and a lot of them, they brought up how angry they are with the ICE deportations. They brought up tyranny. They brought up how there should be no kings. They specifically pointing out President Trump and Elon Musk. Now, you're seeing a lot of people here. They're starting to head on to Dearborn for this march. We're told that this will be a 2-mile long march. And when we were at Daley Plaza earlier, we also heard from Senator Dick Durbin. He brought up how Senator Alex Padilla was arrested earlier this week in California at a press conference for Kristi Noem. He says that they are friends and that that should not have happened. We have a bite from him right now.
When I look out at this gathering, I don't see Daley Plaza. I don't even see a city. I see America standing up for its rights. I see a country which decided in 1776, no more kings in America.
Continue to smash that like button, guys. Double tap your screen if you're on a mobile device, or click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. It helps out the channel.
We celebrate the spirit of the victory of the Civil War and say we ain't going back. Today we remember the long struggle of women for their right to vote. Today we remember the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act 60 years ago that made our country a more perfect union.
Now, as for safety and security, we did see police on bikes really trying to keep everyone in one location here. We also did see safety marshals in yellow vests at Daley Plaza earlier today. They are with Indivisible Chicago, and they're just making sure everything goes smoothly. But right now, again, they're starting this apparent 2-mile route. We did not know what this route was before today due to safety concerns, but we'll be following this throughout the afternoon. But for now, in the loop, Marissa Sulik, CBS News, Chicago.
Thanks to Marissa, and we're going to take another live look now as our cameras are on Wacker across the street, obviously from Trump Tower, as this group moves east on Wacker, heading toward Michigan Avenue, where they will head south, as we mentioned, down to Ida B. Wells. This is a large gathering. Daley Plaza is set to hold somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 people, and I can tell you when this group was at its height, shortly after noon, 12:30, the crowd spilled into every direction, down Washington all the way to Clark, past Clark, even approaching LaSalle, to the south, heading down Dearborn to Madison and even Monroe. This was a very large group, and as we said, they are on the move right now, heading, as you can see, some of the iconic buildings behind them now, Marina Towers and the Trump Tower as well, as they head down Wacker. We'll continue to keep an eye on this march as it moves, and in the meantime, our Dave Savini is marching alongside with them, and he has more.
I'm standing above the rally here in our newsroom at the CBS Broadcast Center. Take a look out our window. You could see the size of this massive crowd. People are all the way west past City Hall, all the way to the north up to Lake Street, and to the south to Monroe, and to the east State Street. There are thousands and thousands of people here. This is what it looks like right now. And now we're going to take you downstairs into the crowd. All right, so now I'm down on the ground. I'm in the theater district on Randolph. There is the Daily Center right there. The plaza is to the south. This is where the crowd has pushed all the way out to. That's how many people are here. We're on Randolph. State Street is just over there. Let's go into the crowd now to see how far we can get.
Man, there are a lot of people that are upset with Trump.
Throughout the morning and early afternoon here, we're about 3/4 of the way through with the rally right now. Got another 45 minutes or a half hour left. This crowd is supposed to start moving towards possibly Trump Tower. Not sure what route they're going to take. They could be taking Dearborn. The crowd does stretch all the way to Lake Street on Dearborn. We have people coming here from all over the United States today to sort of be here in support of their causes. There's over 200 organizations here today. Excuse me, guys, coming through, coming by. Yeah, the crowd is just massive. And as we're working our way through, you still there, Sam? Coming through, coming through. Now the stage is over there to my left, that way. And we're gonna move to the right, get north of everything. Working our way through the crowd. Hey, where you guys, how far did you travel to be here today? You from Chicago?
Buena Park.
Buena Park? Okay.
Chicagoans.
Chicagoans?
Yep.
Okay. Coming through, guys. Coming through with the camera. We're on with a camera here. CBS. Hey guys, how you guys doing? Just trying to cover this event here. How are you? Coming through, guys. Trying to get through with the camera. We're at CBS. Just trying to get through. As you can see, what a presence, what a crowd. We are now in the center of Dearborn. We have something happening. Sirens. Apparently sirens. I believe the crowd is moving now. The crowd is starting to move, possibly towards Trump Tower. So we're going to move with the crowd and see how this all goes for the next couple hours, rest of the day. Live on Dearborn, the corner of Randolph and Dearborn. Dave Savini sending it back to you guys.
All right, Dave, thanks very much. And Dave actually joins us live now. He can, I believe, hear us. He's moved in with the crowd as it moves through downtown. Dave, can you hear us?
1, 2, 1, 2.
I can hear you. Can you hear us, Dave? I should point out, too, that some of our equipment is challenged at this point because some of it is cell phone based. And as you can imagine, with
I can hear you.
Can
you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can hear you, Dave. That's.
No, you can't hear me?
I hope he can hear us.
All right, let's go to Texas.
We cover quite frequently, and certain field offices are a little more active than others, let's say. The Houston ICE field office has been extremely busy. They've been on a number of roundups
So we got
a number
Austin,
of operations
San Antonio,
with the FBI
and Dallas,
and other
guys.
federal partners and
These
local
are the
partners.
Texas,
We have been reaching out to the
protests.
Dallas ICE office since President Trump took office, trying to go on ride-alongs to get some kind of information, and it's been a little bit more difficult playing ball with them. But David, as you also know, sometimes it's just a matter of certain organizations don't want too much attention because then that calls into question advertising and giving the bad guys a heads up.
For sure. But to your point, our Fox station in Houston, Texas, KRIV, they have done ride-alongs with ICE officials in Houston. They have had a lot more access, it feels like, to just get a feel for what's happening. Because at the end of the day, people want to know what these government organizations are doing. They just want the data. They want to know, and from there, you make your decision. But I cannot tell you, just candidly,
Let me pull up
how many
Los
times
Angeles,
I have
guys.
asked ICE in Dallas for an on-camera interview with someone who can relay some detailed information, answer questions. We've asked repeatedly for ride-alongs to see how these situations play out. Denied, 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 denied. We're just not getting that access. And again, we're seeing that happen in other areas of not just Texas, but other areas of
protests planned just in the city of LA today. We saw people getting there earlier than 10 a.m. when that protest was originally planned. We know that there's a curfew in downtown LA tonight. Any word on how long
Los Angeles, guys.
People expect to stay down there in downtown LA with that massive crowd behind you?
Well, at least according to the NoKings.org website, the group that has organized this particular protest, I believe this one ends around 2 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. But what happens when people come out here is that there's also spontaneous moments of demonstration, and we know that we've seen that throughout the week, so not exclusive to what we're seeing today. So it's likely people are going to be out here all day and possibly all night. The crowd, of course, begins to dissipate as it gets later, but we're expecting to see people out here in LA, out in Glendale, out in Pasadena, in different parts of Southern California.
I'm also curious, Annabelle, has anyone mentioned last weekend's violence? And we've heard in the lead up to these, the focus on keeping things peaceful. They don't want the narrative stolen from them with some of the problems we saw last week. Has that come up in any of your discussions today?
You know, I was talking with a photographer during one of our earlier live streams, and he was showing me the pictures that he had documented when he was out here, I think just yesterday, and really capturing what we've seen throughout the last week, right? Those moments of tension, moments of vandalism, perhaps. But it is important to say that you know, these are pockets within downtown Los Angeles, and when you look at the really big picture, these have largely been very peaceful protests. When this one started, we heard music, we heard drums, people were actually dancing as they were marching. And so no one has specifically spoken to the details of what they've seen over the last few days, but just reporting in the last week, we're hearing from a lot of community members who are urging not just for peaceful demonstrations, but also wanting people to see kind of the holistic picture of what's happening on the ground, right? And so we're seeing a little bit of that.
And Annabelle, as you've moved through downtown LA earlier this week, we did see some businesses in downtown boarded up. We know some people have rescheduled events today. We know that some people have just shut down. But in terms of that large number of people downtown, do you see businesses embracing them? Are they open? Are they closed? What does it look like in terms of those businesses?
It's a little bit of mix of things. I mean, we're kind of, you know, Broadway and Fifth, we're in the Julie district. So a lot of the businesses that we're seeing immediately around us are closed. I have seen some businesses boarded up. I've seen others that are open, convenience stores that are open. I was having dinner last night here in downtown Los Angeles, and the restaurant that I was eating at told the workers there told me that they didn't want to board up their windows, that they really trusted that this would be a peaceful protest, right? And they didn't want to send the message that they were boarding up their business ahead of this protest.
Shout out,
and
shout
so,
out
you know,
to you for
we're
that
seeing a little bit of everything. Largely, I would say there's a few that I've seen boarded up, but we've only walked a few streets. So,
therefore,
sure, all of that looming with the backdrop of the curfew that's going to go into effect again tonight in less than 8 hours. Annabelle, great work. Thank you so much for giving us that view on the ground. We will check back in with you throughout the afternoon. Now, elsewhere in downtown Los Angeles, the Federal Building has been a recent focal point for protesters. It's where the violence began really last Sunday.
Eyewitness News reporter Sid Garcia joins us live, where there is also a large presence of the National Guard, but not many.
The National Guard are still there, guys.
No, but what was interesting, about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, one of the officers with DHS came over and recommended that we move because what they were explaining to us, there could be some issues here later, and it just basically more of a preventive act. But there are a lot more cops here, more of a police presence than there was an hour ago. DHS, and we believe some CHP officers are here in the shade. As we move pan to the right, you'll see.
They have informed the media that they need to move because they are expecting a lot to go on tonight, guys. Uh-oh.
So you can see the upside down American flag over there. At one point, I was counting about 3 or 4 dozen National Guard troops there, supplemented by DHS police. And this happened right around the time where Annabelle was, when the protesters started moving toward Pershing Square. It's been quiet, it's been peaceful, but there's a sense of tension in the air because of what's going on. And whenever you see the officers, the law enforcement,
this is Los Angeles, guys.
I can tell you, surrounding this entire federal complex here, the courthouse, the jail, the federal building, all the way around, all it is law enforcement. They basically have a perimeter all the way around here. You guys have been down here before. Basically, it's just this one huge block that's just been secured. You've got folks, protesters that are going over towards Grand Park, making the way to the protests over there.
There are a lot of people out in LA, guys.
What we can tell you that what we've seen here is that folks have been very orderly, as when some goes over here and expresses his views. But what we can tell you is that there is a much more of a police presence here right now. But again, things are quiet. But right now they're getting ready for what may or may not happen later. Let's send it back to you.
Okay, Sid, thank you. We know there's that crowd that is nearby. There was one crowd gathered outside City Hall, which is, of course, just a couple blocks down the street from where Sid's location is. We'll see where that crowd goes if they stay put there. Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonnell spoke this morning during a news conference with Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass ahead of today's protest.
The chief emphasized a need for peaceful demonstrations.
Karen Bass is back on the scene with the chief of police.
Let me be very clear.
Let's go.
If you're here in Los Angeles today to make your voice heard through peaceful demonstrations, we are here to protect you. But if you come with the intent to commit crime, damage property, or harm others, including our officers, you will be arrested. We will not allow violence or lawlessness to endanger lives in the city of Los Angeles.
Hey man, this interpreter, I gotta show y'all this interpreter over here.
To do so
that's doing the sign language. He is on something. Hold up, look at him. Hold on. Check this dude out.
Help us ensure that the focus stays on the message and not mayhem.
And there is hope that this stays a peaceful demonstration.
Hey, my guy was over there on it. I don't know what he on, but he on
not
something.
Just happening in Los Angeles, although it is happening all across Los Angeles and Southern California. This is a nationwide movement. More than 2,000 demonstrations planned for today across all 50 states.
And video coming into our newsroom just
now.
My
guy was over there on it, man.
People on the street there in Chicago, the No King's Day sign being held by so many protesters, and a lot of what we've seen in downtown LA and throughout Los Angeles today. Signs, flags, so many people, such a big group of people turning out to participate in these protests that you mentioned, Jory, are happening all across our nation in more than 2,000 communities.
Among those, Philadelphia, where a large crowd is gathered today.
This is Philly, guys.
We see lots of flags and signs there. Some rainbow flags, pride celebrated during this. We see some abolish ICE signs there as well. They're in all of these pockets that you don't have to be a border state for people to be affected directly by these raids and these policies. There are immigrants in every major city in the country and beyond that as well, smaller cities and farmland as well. So this isn't just a Los Angeles thing. This isn't just a California or border state kind of thing. This is happening in large cities and states all across the country.
And we want to go back to Scott Reif, who was in Air 7 above downtown Los Angeles. Scott, what can you see?
Well, it's something very challenging now. As you can tell, this is Figueroa on 5th Street. And you can see the traffic there, and they have to turn. And we're seeing a lot more police mobilization as the police try and keep this crowd in a certain area off the freeway and then make their way back around, it looks like, down Figueroa over to 1st Street. And then we'll go to the left, and we'll show you the crowd. It's heading back towards Grand Park in front of City Hall. But it's splintered into so many areas. It's become a problem. Just a moment ago, we saw about 40 LAPD helicopters heading into some response area where they thought maybe the crowd was going to get onto the freeway. We see a lot of on and off ramps from the 110 and the 101 freeway now being shut down. So unless you're coming to the protest, don't come to downtown. You could get stranded very easily. We've seen a lot of that. Also, as far as travel is concerned, now I would avoid the 101 and I would avoid the 110. The Santa Monica Freeway and the Golden State Freeway.
There are a lot of people out there in Los Angeles, guys.
How many people are here? Because the way it winds around down Broadway, down to 5th, towards Pershing Square, this is headed
Look at all of those people.
1st Street, if I'm not mistaken, and then headed back towards Grand Park. But it really gives you an idea. It's actually West Temple. It gives you an idea just how many people have responded, and certainly it's very challenging for law enforcement. They really like to keep somewhat
there
of a
are thousands of people out there, guys.
But that's going to become difficult as it gets bigger. As you can tell, they'll start back at Grand Park. Now they're leaving Grand Park. And this has always been a problem. On Spring, going to the north as we pan to the left, this is where we had a lot of protesters get off of Spring towards the 101 freeway and then onto the freeway. So CHP, they're probably going to get set up right in here very quickly. They're not going to let the protesters
heavy
on the freeway,
police
or they're
presence,
going to do
guys.
their best to make sure they do not, because that has been a problem in the past. But the crowd has just been going in all sorts of directions. It does not look organized to me by any means, and there are hundreds of thousands of people. I think it's fair to say we have at least 100,000 people.
100,000 people, guys.
I think by far we're looking at about 1,000 people just outside City Hall, and this stretches at least several miles as they seem to be looping around downtown Los Angeles. Scott, thank you for that coverage, and you're right. Anytime we see people leaving City Hall and moving north on Spring, as we're looking at right there in that gap in that corridor, that could be problematic as they make their way towards the 101 freeway. We hope that their movement stops right about here.
This is Los Angeles.
What they have in mind. This obviously doesn't seem like a crowd that is intent on taking over a freeway, but how do you really, how do you mark that? And I guess their actions will do so as they approach the end. Right there, the overpass on 101, where it was a site of such destruction and confrontation last weekend. Several CHP cruisers just lost under a barrage of rocks and scooters and debris set on fire as they were getting protesters off the 101. So here we have people gathered on that overpass with signs and flags. We'll see how many people join this little gathering here and whether it becomes a problem for the traffic moving on the 101.
Let's check in with Annabelle Munoz, live on the ground in downtown Los Angeles. Annabelle, can you tell us exactly where you are right now?
Yeah, we are at 5th and Broadway. You can see the crowd really all around me. And I was telling you earlier that when we got here, we really saw a diverse crowd in every way. We saw very young people, a toddler on her mother's shoulders. We saw also the elderly. I saw a woman who was pushing her walker and making her way to the protest, talking about why it was so important for her to be
Continue to hit that like button, guys. Click those 3 dots, hit that thumbs up, or double tap that screen if you're on a mobile device.
With me today, here from Los Angeles. Tell me why you decided to come out as a family.
Because we are against what is happening with the Trump immigration policy. It's just, to me, it's inhumane. And I think about my granddaughter, our families here, they're walking around. So that's why we're here. We're here.
What Trump say? They eating the cats, they eating the dogs.
With your grandfather and with people from all over Southern California.
It's great. I was raised in a very immigrant strong. They go into the workforce and stuff and fight for our people. So it's very much in me just to be here and peacefully protest in the way we can.
Yeah, you know, the theme today of this protest is No Kings, right? As the President of the United States is holding this military parade in Washington, D.C. And at the same time, people are talking about all sorts of issues that have brought them out here, whether it's immigration. I spoke with someone who's here from Skid Row and talked about the
y'all crazy, man. Shout out to the chat. Y'all got me rolling.
Thinking about, does this No Kings banner or theme also resonate with you?
As a younger person, things like this, we only see it in movies. So it's insane for it to come to life and then see what Trump's doing with the whole birthday stuff. He does truly believe, and I believe that he thinks he is a king. So that's the message we're trying to get across of just we're for the people, and that's what it should be.
Thank you so much for your time to both of you. Is there anything I didn't ask you that you want to add? You brought some music out here.
Oh, yes.
Thank you so much. We showed you earlier someone brought a Korean drum and was drumming out here. So music certainly an element of this demonstration, whether it is live music, whether it's the instruments that people are playing or the music over the speakers. So far we've seen, a combination, right? A duality of emotions that people are feeling. On the one hand, they are frustrated, they are upset, they are grieving for what they've witnessed in the last week, especially here in Los Angeles. But there's also this celebratory and community-centered message and sentiment that people are communicating to us out here. So a little bit of what we're seeing. I have someone else who approached me. I was mentioning to you that a community member.
Oh, Trump crazy. Trump said they eating the cats, they eating the dogs.
She's out here. Of course, Skid Row is around the corner. We're in downtown Los Angeles.
What is your first name and last
name? My name is Detroit Hughes.
Detroit, tell me what you're doing out here today.
I came out here because really I'm looking at the situation that this really is about housing, about being placed somewhere. And I've been
this woman got cat ears on her head. Look.
Years old. I'm 62 years old now, and I'm still part of supportive housing.
It's cat woman.
I came down here because I have a friend that's in housing. That's
they eat the cats. They eat the dogs.
And these were men, okay? And they were terrified. They were scared because they didn't know what was really going on. Nobody goes past Broadway. That's always been the joke about people that live on Skid Row. We don't come up this far. And I came up here to see for myself. But I see today that no matter what you agree with, this is about a housing situation. This is about feeling at home. This is about feeling placed somewhere, the same way that people do on Skid Row. And so I kind of wish that it would have all been combined together, but I'm still here to see that the homelessness issue, we're not alone. We want to be housed too, just like everyone else. And, you know, this is really great. I'm looking at how everybody just came together no matter what walks of life.
Detroit, a lot of people are listening and watching right now. What is your message, whether it is to the public or to
this is Los Angeles, guys.
This area and different parts of California who are experiencing that?
Well, I think that really on a political level, I think that all the head officials need to come together and sit down and not just talk about immigration. You need to talk about housing once again, like I said, because they're not separate issues. We need to really sit down and see what the issue is. What is it that the people need? And I hate to say this, but everybody on Skid Row has a different story, so everyone's situation is different. And now look at the people that are out here, everybody's situation is different too. So, you know, to the politicians, to our political leaders, our governors, our mayors, Karen Bass, come on. You know what the situation is down here on Skid Row, so now you know what the situation is out here and why everyone is out here marching today. We need politicians to come together, sit down with the people, because if you have never been homeless, you can't talk about it. If you don't have an immigration issue, you can't talk about it. You need to sit down with people that have been in these situations, people that have been homeless, such as myself, that have been down here since 1981. I'm a homelessness expert, so I know about that.
Man, I hope that this stays peaceful. Prayers for all the protesters out there, man.
You're going to come up with a solution, but you can't come up with it if you've never been in that situation.
And Detroit, as you, well, thank you so much for your time. It looks like we're going to have to send it back to the studio, but it was a pleasure to meet you. Stay safe out here.
Thank you so much.
Jory and Sophie, we will send it back to you and keep bringing you some of the statements,
What's up,
the statements of the folks who are out here.
What's up, Jay?
Yeah, you can see a convergence of causes happening in downtown Los Angeles. Annabelle, thank you once again.
Yeah.
We only have about a minute left in our broadcast here, but we do want to focus on what's happening in downtown Los Angeles around the 101 freeway. The large crowd had gathered outside City Hall on Spring Street. I believe that should be the top of your screen where you see folks streaming from left to right, now gathering on the overpass over the 101 freeway.
They're gathering on the overpass, guys. The last time we seen people on overpasses, they were chucking bricks down on the freeway.
And that's Arcadia on the north, on the right side. So a crowd gathering on Aliso Street, taking over the roadway, and then turning back on Main Street on the other side of City Hall. It doesn't look like the 101 will be a large focus as of this point, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
And we will, you can join us again right here on the ABC 7 Los Angeles app at 1:30. We will bring you the latest from these No King's Day protests.
All right, so that's it for right now as far as theirs go, but we got more. Los Angeles and Chicago, guys. are chanting, Donald Trump has got to go. We most definitely exercised the Fair Use Act of 1976 on all videos that are played, guys. This is Los Angeles as well as Chicago. They're live with the No Kings protests, you know, that are happening nationwide. Lord, I heard a Spanish cuss word. Shout out to Jay Stevens, the #1 trap anger in the game. Let's go. Shout out to you, my guy. Lord have mercy. He had a F ice sign. Lord have mercy.
Oh, look, you're not running him over.
What's up, AJ? This is Chicago, guys.
Immigrants are welcome here. No fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
Man, is they saying what I think they saying? It sounds like they saying, forget ICE. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Lord. right, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm most definitely tired a little bit. We've been on here about 4 hours, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to end this one. If anything pops off, I'll be back. Shout out to everybody in the building. I appreciate everybody that subscribed. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely everybody that hit that like button. But I got to give me something to eat, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm most definitely starving over here. But that's everything that's going on right now with the No Kings protest. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream. I'll most definitely bring it back here in a little bit as night begins to fall. I might come back about 6 when Trump does his with the military in D.C. But I most definitely appreciate each and every one of y'all. I done overworked my moderators. Thank y'all for tuning in. I'll catch y'all in a little bit. Y'all most definitely be safe out there, y'all. Y'all know how this goes, man. Sidewalk gang, checking out. I'll see y'all on the next one, man. Y'all be safe. I'm gone.